the late 1970s, a young interracial couple walked hand in hand through a shopping centre car park in Wisconsin. They never saw the man creeping up behind them, and by the time they turned around it was too late. The man raised his gun and pulled the trigger, killing them instantly. At first it looked like a senseless act of violence, no clear motive, no obvious suspect, but then it happened again and again, across different states and different cities. Worshippers were gunned down outside a synagogue. A black man was sniped through a restaurant window from hundreds of feet away. A young hitchhiker was murdered for simply mentioning she had a black boyfriend. The pattern was there, but the motive was harder to grasp, because the man responsible didn't believe he was committing crimes. He believed he was fighting a war. His name was Joseph Paul Franklin. Franklin was born James Clayton Vaughan Jr. in Mobile, Alabama in 1950. I'll come back to the reason behind his name change later on. For now, it's important to understand the environment that shaped him. His early years were defined by neglect and domestic violence. His father, a World War II veteran and butcher, was a violent alcoholic who regularly beat his wife and 4 children. He would disappear for long stretches, only to return in a state of drunken rage, taking his anger out on his family. But even in his absence, home life offered no real sense of safety. Franklin's mother was strict and emotionally cold in a deeply rigid, almost Old Testament way. Him and his 4 siblings often went days without food. There was no affection, no emotional stability, nothing resembling a secure attachment. Children raised in such conditions often struggle to form stable identities, regulate emotion, or develop empathy in a typical way. Instead, they may internalize the chaos they feel as normal, or seek rigid frameworks to impose order on an otherwise unstable world. Franklin grew up feeling overlooked, disconnected, and fundamentally separate from his peers. He later claimed his upbringing left him 10 years behind in emotional maturity. He wasn't simply neglected, he was broken down by the very people meant to protect him. School was no picnic either. He struggled academically, had few friends, and drifted further from any sense of belonging. This guy had it rough from day dot. Now, I'm in no way trying to stir up sympathy for him, but serial killers don't form out of nowhere, and to understand the darkness that consumes them, we must understand the environment where that darkness first took hold. Anyway, during adolescence, Franklin developed an interest in evangelical Christianity, not in its compassion or forgiveness, but in its absolutism, in its clear divisions between good and evil and right and wrong. That rigidity mattered, because for someone raised in chaos, any semblance of structure can feel like control. But here's the kicker. When combined with unresolved anger and a stunted sense of identity, it can also become a foundation for extremism, a worldview where moral complexity is rejected and violence can be justified as righteousness. By his late teens, Franklin had dropped out of school and immersed himself in extremist circles, joining both the National Socialist White People's Party and the Ku Klux Klan. These weren't just ideological affiliations. They gave him a sense of family and structure, and perhaps, more importantly, a sense of purpose he had never found as a child. In these groups, his anger and hatred was not only validated, it was celebrated. His personal life reflected the same instability. He married twice, first to Bobby Lee Dorman in 1968, a relationship that lasted just 4 months, and later to Anita Carden in 1979, which ended after only a year. Both marriages were marked by volatility, arguments, and physical abuse. Franklin's behaviour towards his partners mirrored what he had witnessed growing up, violence repeating itself across generations. But there were also moments that hinted at something deeper. Bobby Lee later recalled finding Franklin sitting alone in their home, weeping uncontrollably into his hands for no apparent reason. There was something unsettling in his expression, a kind of distant, unfocused intensity. It suggested something deeper than just sadness. It hinted at rage, a mind struggling to reconcile the internal chaos raging within, and rather than confront that instability, Franklin chose to reshape it. He reinvented himself, taking the name of Joseph Paul Franklin, a deliberate fusion of two symbolic figures, Joseph Goebbels, the architect of Nazi propaganda, and Benjamin Franklin, one of America's founding fathers. He wasn't simply becoming someone new, he was becoming what he believed the world needed him to be. As Franklin's involvement with white supremacist groups deepened, so too did his hostility toward minorities. By the mid-1970s, even the most extreme hate groups were no longer enough for him. In his view, they talked too much and acted too little. He didn't want ideology, he wanted action and an all-out race war. And so he set off on his own, drifting across the American Rust Belt, waging a one-man war against those he deemed inferior. To sustain himself, Franklin robbed banks and sold his own blood for money, a grim, almost symbolic detail that would later help investigators trace his movements. But anyway, what began as scathing diatribes against minorities soon escalated into violence. On Labor Day weekend, 1976, Franklin followed an interracial couple and sprayed them with mace. There was a cooling off period after this, and then the following year the violence escalated further. That July he planted and detonated a dynamite bomb outside the Maryland home of Morris J. Amate, a prominent Jewish figure and executive director of AIPAC. Amate and his family survived, but their dog was killed, a small, cruel precursor to what was coming. Just 4 days later, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, Franklin firebombed the Beth Shalom synagogue, destroying the building. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but only because of timing, not intent. Days later, he crossed another threshold. In a shopping centre car park in Madison, Wisconsin, Franklin approached a young interracial couple and shot them dead at point-blank range. Then, that October, he opened fire on worshippers outside a synagogue in St. Louis, killing one and injuring two others. By the time 1978 rolled around, Franklin was no longer testing himself, he was refining his method. He operated under aliases, switched vehicles, rotated weapons, and even dyed his hair so aggressively it began to fall out. On February 2nd, he shot Johnny Brookshire, killing him and seriously injuring his wife, Joy Williams, once again targeting an interracial relationship. A month later, in one of the most high-profile attacks, he shot Larry Flynt, publisher of Hustler magazine, along with his liar Gene Reeves. Flynt survived, but was left paralysed for life. Franklin's motive was as disturbing as it was revealing. He was outraged that Hustler magazine had published images of interracial sex. In his warped worldview, he believed he was correcting a moral failure in society, while in fact, he was a man unravelling in his own hatred. In the summer of '78, he shot William Bryant Tatum, a black man, and wounded his white girlfriend, Nancy Hilton. Weeks later in Doraville, Georgia, he assassinated a black restaurant manager from long range using a sniper rifle, targeting him simply for interacting with a white woman. Then, in December, his rampage took an even darker turn. Franklin killed Mercedes Lynn Masters, a 15-year-old prostitute he had briefly lived with. He shot her simply because he believed she had black customers. By this point, Franklin no longer needed evidence to feed his own warped ideology. He had become his own judge and jury, imposing his own version of reality onto others. In his mind, guilt was not something to be proven, it was something to be assigned. And once someone fit the pattern he had constructed, even loosely, their fate was sealed. In 1980, in West Virginia, he picked up two young hitchhikers, Nancy Somtamera and Vicky Durian, drove them to a secluded area and executed them both simply because Nancy mentioned something about a black boyfriend. That was all it took, just another senseless murder. In another attack in Fort Wayne, Indiana, he shot civil rights leader Vernon Jordan Jr., leaving him critically wounded. Jordan was attacked simply because of the pigmentation of his skin. By this stage, Franklin was operating inside his own reverberating echo chamber, a system where ideology replaced reality and essentially allowed him to justify his murderous spree. In total, Franklin is believed to have murdered up to 22 people while injuring multiple others. At the centre of it all was not just hatred, but a man who had turned that hatred into purpose. And that's one of the most chilling aspects of Franklin's psychology, that he felt justified, that he felt he was doing the right thing. By the fall of 1980, the FBI were closing in on Franklin. The vast distances between crimes, combined with the lack of clear evidentiary links, allowed him to evade detection for 3 years, but in late September he was pulled over in Kentucky. During the routine traffic stop, the officer noticed a firearm on the back seat of the car. A records check followed and it flagged an outstanding warrant. Franklin was arrested at the scene and brought in for questioning, but even then he managed to slip through their fingers, climbing out of a police station window and disappearing into the night. When the FBI showed up, they searched his car, finding reams of evidence linking him to the racially motivated attacks. They had identified their man, they just needed to find him again. They quickly mobilised a task force and began combing through Franklin's life. During the investigation, they discovered that between bank robberies, Franklin had been sustaining himself by selling his blood for cash. The FBI circulated alerts to blood banks across the country, describing a man with distinctive white supremacist tattoos. That October, he was finally arrested at a Florida blood bank, with the needle still in his arm. What followed was not a single decisive trial, but a long and fragmented legal process spanning multiple states. In the end, Franklin was convicted of only 8 murders, though the true number, as we know, is believed to be much higher. He began serving his sentence at FCI Marion in Illinois, where he was repeatedly attacked and stabbed by fellow black inmates. He would spend decades on death row, and during those years something unusual happened. Franklin claimed he had changed. He said he had abandoned the beliefs that once defined him, that he was no longer driven by racism or hatred. Whether that transformation was genuine or simply the passage of time reshaping his narrative remains uncertain. In November 2013, 33 years after his arrest, Joseph Franklin was executed by lethal injection. But even then, the story refused to resolve cleanly, because one of the most high-profile victims, Larry Flint, publicly opposed his execution, not out of forgiveness, but out of principle, because even in the face of such hatred, he did not believe the state should answer violence with more of the same. Cases like Franklin's force us towards an uncomfortable question. How does someone become like this? Because he wasn't born with a rifle in his hands or a manifesto in his pocket. He was a child first, one raised in chaos, in violence and in neglect. A boy who never learned how to process anger, rejection or identity in a healthy way. But that alone isn't enough to explain it. What makes Franklin different is what he did with the damage. Instead of confronting it, he externalized it. He found ideologies that gave his pain a target, that transformed his resentment into purpose, that told him he wasn't broken, the world was. And once he believed that, murder stopped feeling like a crime and started feeling like a duty. That's the danger, because when hatred becomes structured, when it's reinforced, justified and repeated, it stops being emotion. It becomes identity, and in today's highly polarised society, it's scary to think how many more Franklins are sitting on social media, blasting out hate, imagining what it would feel like to turn words into action. In the early 2000s, The body of a young woman was found strangled and discarded on the streets of Mashhad, Iran. At first it seemed like an isolated incident. She lived on the very margins, operating as a sex worker in a city where such women were deeply shunned. But then more bodies started to appear, strangled and discarded in public areas, as if meant to be seen. When 3 bodies were found in a single day, the city got spooked, and when police finally caught the man responsible, his motive was far more disturbing than anyone expected. Because he didn't see himself as a killer, he believed he was doing God's work. His name was Saeed Hanai. Saeed Hanai was born in 1962 in Mashhad, Iran, a deeply religious city and home to one of the holiest shrines in Shia Islam. He grew up in a working class family where religion and faith shaped daily life. In his diary he wrote, "Since childhood I've been blessed by God's love. I have had many accidents in my life, but God has always saved me from getting hurt. He watches over me and helps me in whatever I want to do." Despite these beliefs, Saeed's early years were marked by abuse. Much of that violence came from his mother, whose behaviour was described as erratic and extreme. She would scratch him hard enough to draw blood and bite pieces of his flesh from his body, acts that blurred the line between discipline and cruelty. For Saeed, that cruelty may have played a role in how he came to view women. He rarely spoke to one before he was married and often felt embarrassed around them. As a young man, he volunteered to fight in the Iran-Iraq War, a brutal conflict that shaped an entire generation. While the details of his service are unclear, the broader psychological effects of war are well documented. Combat environments often reframe violence, transforming it from something horrific into something necessary and even righteous. Killing becomes justified by cause and duty, and for some individuals, that reframing doesn't revert back when the war ends. Saeed met his future wife, Fatima, during a brief 10-day leave from the front. He had returned to Mashhad to visit the shrine, and according to his own account, when he prayed to the imam for a wife, the image of a woman appeared vividly in his mind. Days later, while visiting his brother, Saeed was served tea by a young woman. At that moment, he froze. The woman looked exactly like the figure he had imagined. Saeed interpreted that moment as something divine, a sign that his life was being guided, that his desires were aligned with something greater than himself. Skip forward to the late 1990s, and he's living what appeared to be an ordinary life. He was married to Fatima, they had 3 children together, and he worked a steady job in construction. By all accounts, he blended into the rhythms of everyday life, but beneath the surface, something darker had begun to form. He became increasingly fixated on what he perceived as moral decay, particularly in women. Over time, his worldview began to narrow, filtering reality through the rigid lens of purity and corruption. By his own account, the turning point came when a taxi driver mistook his wife for a sex worker. For Saeed, this was a deeply triggering event. To understand why, it's important to consider the cultural context here. Following the 1979 Iranian Revolution, prostitution and drug use were officially outlawed and carried severe punishments. But despite this, the economic hardship and social instability in Iran meant that many women still turned to sex work to survive. By the early 2000s, reports suggested that prostitution was widespread in Mashhad, with up to 30,000 sex workers operating in the city alone. To further compound things, Saeed lived in a poor district where this reality was highly visible. He encountered sex workers regularly, on the streets, in passing, as part of the everyday environment. And over time, that exposure, combined with his rigid religious beliefs, began to curdle into abject disgust. He repeatedly referred to these women as a waste of blood and cockroaches, language that strips away humanity and reduces them to something disposable. So when the taxi man mistook his wife for a sex worker, the humiliation cut deep for Saheed. But instead of directing his anger towards the taxi man who made the assumption, Saheed internalized the remark differently, blaming sex workers for being too promiscuous. In his mind, they were the problem, and once that belief took hold, it didn't stay contained for long. Saheed began his killing spree on August 7th, 2000. That night he lured a 30-year-old woman back to his apartment and strangled her with her own headscarf. She had a 9-year-old daughter at home who depended on her, but that didn't matter to the murderous psychopath. In his mind, he believed he was carrying out a divine mission, cleansing society of what he saw as complete moral corruption. 3 days later, he struck again. He murdered a woman named Layla, strangled her and dumped her body near a patch of tomatoes. The very next day, he killed again, this time a 35-year-old woman. He wrapped her body in a burlap sack and discarded it in a nearby neighbourhood. Now, 3 victims in 4 days is one of the fastest escalations you see in serial killer cases. Typically, there is a cooling off period, time between killings where the offender withdraws, resets, or often regains control. But Saheed didn't slow down, because for him, this wasn't compulsion alone, it was conviction. Court documents paint a picture of Saheed patrolling the streets of Mashhad at night, identifying potential victims and approaching them with a calm, disarming demeanour. He would gain their trust, offer them money or a place to stay, and then bring them back to his home, often while his family were away. Once inside his apartment, he would strangle them, typically using their own headscarves, an act that carried both practicality and symbolism. Afterwards, he would wrap their body in chadors and dispose of them across the city, along roadsides, in construction areas, and even in open sewers. Then calmly he would return home, erase any evidence, and wait for his family to return. By April 2001, Saheed's killing spree was reaching its peak. He took the lives of 3 women over a 10-day period, using his now signature MO, strangle and dispose of the body in a public area. Now here is a detail I find particularly disturbing. Saheed believed that when the rain came after a long drought, that was a sign from God, granting him divine approval to continue murdering. Chillingly, on July 3rd, after heavy rain, the bodies of 3 more women were discovered along the Shahid Massavi Boulevard in Mashhad. This escalation alarmed the city. Public fear intensified, and authorities were forced to take the case more seriously, even if the victims were, and I'm doing air quotes here, sex workers. At first, investigators suspected an extremist group was responsible. They had no idea the killings were the work of a single, seemingly ordinary man living among them. Saheed was eventually caught after one of his intended victims fought back. She entered his home under the pretense of sex, but from the offset, she sensed something was off. When he attempted to strangle her, she resisted, kicking him in the goonies and managing to escape. Days later, she reported him to police. Saheed was arrested, and under interrogation, he confessed openly, even with a sense of pride. In total, Saheed murdered at least 16 women over the course of roughly a year, though the true number is believed to be higher. The Iranian press dubbed the murders as the spider killings, a reference to how he lured his victims into a controlled environment before immobilizing and killing them. On the surface, Saheed framed his actions as a moral mission, a form of religious cleansing. He claimed he was acting for the sake of God, eliminating what he saw as a waste of blood. And perhaps most unsettling of all, he wasn't entirely alone in that belief. Some segments of Iranian society, particularly hardline voices, expressed support for what he had done. The victims were blamed instead. The murders were framed by some as a response to moral decay. Even Saheed's own son spoke publicly, expressing pride in his father's actions. The ideology didn't just exist in Saheed, it echoed around him. It was almost woven into the fabric of society. Anyway, despite pockets of support, The Iranian state could not allow unsanctioned violence to stand. In a system built on religious authority, the right to judge and to punish belongs to the state, not the individual. Hanoi was ultimately convicted and sentenced to death, and on April 8, 2002, he was hanged at dawn. The question that lingers for me isn't just what he did, it's trying to understand the core of his motive. Was it rooted in the violence of his childhood? A boy raised by a mother who blurred the line between discipline and cruelty, where pain and control became entangled? Was it connected to the humiliation he carried, the moment a taxi man mistook his wife for a sex worker? A wound to his pride that he directed outward, turning shame into blame? Or was it something else entirely, a belief system that hardened over time until it became unshakable? Saheed claimed he was guided by God, that the rain was a sign that he had been chosen. But whether this was true conviction, delusion, or something constructed after the fact to give meaning to what he had done is harder to answer. Because there is another possibility, that beneath the ideology, beneath the justifications, there was simply a psychopath who enjoyed murdering and built a system of belief around it. In a hospital room in South Korea, a blind man lies in recovery. His wife sits beside him, holding his hand. Nurses whisper about how devoted she is, how she never leaves his side. She feeds him dutifully, adjusts his blanket, and speaks in a soft, reassuring voice. What medical staff don't know is that she put him there. Weeks earlier, she had crushed sedatives into his drink. When he lost consciousness, she leaned over him with a safety pin and pierced both of his eyes. Later, she would do it again to another husband and even to her own flesh and blood. Insurance forms would be filed, claims approved, money transferred, and for years, no one suspected a thing. This is the story of a woman some investigators would later describe as the perfect psychopath. Her name is Eum In-suk. Eum In-suk was born in 1976 in Seoul, South Korea, during a period of rapid economic change. The South Korea of the late 1970s and 1980s was no longer defined solely by post-war hardship. Economic growth was accelerating, cities were expanding, and a new customer culture was emerging. With that shift came new social pressures. Success was increasingly measured not just by stability, but by visible prosperity. Luxury brands, cosmetic refinement, and carefully curated appearances became symbols of achievement and status. Despite this, In-suk's parents were modest, hard-working people who raised her and her brothers in a stable household where discipline and effort was expected. On the surface, her early childhood appeared uneventful. There were no obvious signs of trauma, no public outbursts, no dramatic warning flags. But by the time she reached adolescence, something else was taking shape beneath that ordinary exterior. People who knew her during her teenage years described In-suk as demanding, self-focused, and manipulative at times. She showed early signs of what psychologists call the dark triad: narcissism, which is an inflated sense of self-importance; psychopathy, which is characterized by a lack of emotion; and Machiavellianism, which manifests most often as strategic manipulation over long periods. Combine these traits together and you get the psychological profile of an individual capable of incredible harm. A profile that had been hardwired into the psyche of young In-suk. She wanted more status, more luxury, and more attention. Unlike the values she was taught at home, her ambition was not tempered by conscience. If something caught her eye, she pursued it doggedly. If someone stood in the way, she manoeuvred around them. People in her worldview were merely objects, something to be used for her own gain. In school, she reportedly drugged a classmate with sleeping pills to steal a credit card and go on a shopping spree, an early glimpse into what would later become a chilling pattern. incapacitate, exploit and profit. In another incident, she was caught extorting money from her classmates and was soon transferred to another school where these dark behavioural patterns further intensified. After finishing high school in 1995, she left home after a bitter dispute with her parents and found work as an insurance planner. That job would prove critical. Here, Insuk learned how policies were structured. She understood payment categories and which injuries generated the highest compensation. More importantly, she learned how companies detected fraud and how to avoid triggering suspicion, a skill that would later be deployed with chilling calculation. Physically, Insuk stood out. People often remarked on her beauty. She was tall, slim, and carried herself with an air of elegance. Her most striking feature was her eyes, sharp, expressive, and difficult to ignore. Some even compared her to actress Park Shin-hye, a compliment that, in status-conscious circles, carried considerable weight. Insuk understood the power of that comparison, and she used it to her full advantage. She cultivated an image that shifted depending on her audience, sultry and magnetic at times, soft and innocent when that mask proved more effective. She flirted easily. Men were drawn to her beauty, to the magnetic gaze of her eyes. Time and again she persuaded men to buy her gifts far beyond their means, often leaving them financially strained while she moved on, untouched by the guilt. People trusted her for no reason. Authority figures underestimated her. Charm in her case was camouflage. In the late 1990s, Insuk met her first husband, Lee Jin-young, who we'll refer to as Mr. Lee. He worked for a moving company and lived what most would describe a steady, modest life. He wasn't wealthy by any means, but he was dependable, the kind of man who believed that hard work would eventually build something secure and meaningful. Their relationship blossomed quickly. Mr. Lee was captivated by her beauty and confidence, the way she seemed slightly out of reach even when standing right in front of him. Within a short time of meeting, he proposed and a wedding date was set almost immediately. However, both families were uneasy about the engagement. They felt the couple barely knew each other. The proposal was too rushed. There were whispers that something about the relationship felt off and unbalanced. But the warning signs went unheeded, and in April 1997, they tied the knot quietly at a local registry office. Less than 5 months later, Insuk was pregnant and went on to give birth to a daughter in July 1998. Now, for many people, marriage and parenthood brings a sense of belonging and purpose to their lives. But for Insuk, it felt like confinement. Domestic stability did little to restrain her appetite for status and luxury, and money quickly became a fault line in the marriage. With her daughter only a few months old, Insuk moved back in with her parents, leaving Mr. Lee to care for their daughter alone. When her father died later that year, Insuk quickly began using his credit card for lavish purchases without consulting her family. The betrayal created a deep rift, and she was eventually forced to return to her husband and child. Happy to have his wife back, Mr. Lee worked longer hours, tightened his own spending, and tried to keep up with her expectations. He cut back where he could, telling himself that this was temporary, that things would change or settle. But nothing ever satisfied her. Designer clothes, high-end cosmetics, evenings in upscale restaurants. The purchases soon stacked up. Increasingly, Mr. Lee's money wasn't going towards his daughter's future, but towards maintaining his wife's image. When he confronted her, urging restraint and reminding her that they needed savings for their child, the conversation turned bitter. He told her plainly that the spending had to stop, that he could no longer fund it. Her response was not to compromise. Instead of easing the pressure, Insuk quit her job as an insurance planner. The responsibility of providing now fell entirely on Mr. Lee's shoulders. What had begun as tension soon hardened into resentment, a growing imbalance in which one partner laboured to sustain the family, while the other was driven by something that could not be sated. Then, in February 2000, tragedy struck. As their 3-year-old daughter played in the hallway of their apartment building, she reportedly fell down the stairs and died. The death was ruled an accident. No criminal charges were filed, but coincidentally, this tragedy occurred around the same time Insuk's criminal behaviour took a dark and calculated turn. 2 months later, she visited a psychiatrist complaining of intrusive dark thoughts. She was prescribed benzodiazepines and antidepressants, medications that in high doses can induce heavy sedation, confusion and even memory loss. Though Insuk never intended to take the medication herself. Instead, she quietly purchased multiple life and accident insurance policies on her husband, naming herself sole beneficiary, using her industry knowledge to maximum effect. To outsiders, she was simply a grieving mother trying to steady her life. No one saw the calculation forming beneath the surface. Mr. Lee had a visual impairment in one eye. He was already prone to minor accidents. To Insuk, that wasn't vulnerability, it was opportunity. In early 2000, Insuk began crushing the sedatives into powder and slipping them into her husband's drinks. When the drugs took effect and he lost consciousness, she moved quickly, staging falls, pushing him down the stairs and slamming his head against the floor with brutal force. Mr. Lee would wake confused and in pain, his body bruised, his memory fractured. He couldn't explain what had happened, only that he kept blacking out. In one incident, he suffered a severe concussion and was rushed to hospital. By his bedside, Insuk played the role of the devoted wife. Soft-spoken and composed, she reassured doctors that her husband had always been accident-prone, that his impaired vision made falls almost inevitable. The injuries matched her explanation. There were no obvious red flags. No one pushed further. What neither the medical staff nor Mr. Lee understood was that behind the scenes, insurance claims were quietly being processed, forms submitted, payouts approved. To Insuk, her husband's suffering had become her own personal ATM machine. He was no longer a partner, but a policy. And as the payments grew smaller and less satisfying, the accidents began to escalate into something far more deliberate and darker. In May 2000, Insuk prepared another sedative-laced drink for her husband, and within minutes he lost consciousness. What happened next is the ilk of true horror. She climbed onto the bed beside him, gently pried open his eyelids, and used a safety pin to puncture each eye, pressing deep enough to hit the root. When she finished, she closed his eyes and calmly waited. Hours later, Mr. Lee woke in agony. His eyelids were red and swollen. He complained that it felt like something was lodged inside his eyes. As the pain intensified and his sight began to fade to darkness, he asked Insuk to take him to the hospital. In the emergency room, doctors delivered the devastating news. The damage was irreversible. Mr. Lee would never see again. At his bedside again, Insuk played the doting wife. She held his hand, stroked his forehead, and even squeezed out a few crocodile tears. Hospital staff praised her devotion, how she rarely left her husband alone for more than a couple of minutes. No one questioned why a previously sighted man had almost identical penetrating wounds on both eyes. Doctors didn't see the smirk forming on Insuk's lips when the room was quiet. They saw only tragedy. She saw only the money. Permanent blindness, second only to death, carried substantial insurance compensation. This was her biggest payday yet. Over the next 2 years, Insuk collected dozens of more payouts, spreading policies across multiple insurers to avoid red flags. Reports describe falls downstairs, bumps, bruises, head injuries, and burns total a whopping 58 payouts. Each time she framed the injuries as self-inflicted or accidental, and there was no one to suggest otherwise, as the injuries did not appear suspicious to medical staff. To outsiders, Mr. Lee was simply a blind man prone to accidents. As his physical condition deteriorated, Mr. Lee's mother praised Insuk's devotion to her ailing son, describing her as an angel. She had the perfect disguise after all, attractive features, a soft voice, and a caring demeanour, all packaged up in the persona of a dutiful wife. But behind that exterior, Insuk's lifestyle bore no resemblance to that of a struggling young widow in waiting. She drifted through Seoul's upscale boutiques, spent nights in exclusive clubs, and surrounded herself with designer labels and cosmetic treatments, funding it all with insurance payouts wired quietly into her bank account, all the while her husband lay at home in total darkness, living in what must have been pure hell. When the payouts slowed and the injury claims grew harder to justify, Insuk's cruelty escalated. Mr. Lee was already on antidepressant medication, and this detail offered a fresh opportunity. If his injuries could no longer be passed off as clumsiness, perhaps they could be framed as a psychological break. One night, after slipping another sedative-laced drink into his system, she waited until he was fully unconscious. Then she placed a knife in his hand and drove the blade into his upper abdomen. Her intention, investigators later believed, was to fatally wound his liver, but instead the knife pierced his intestines. When she called emergency services, she was hysterical on the phone, telling paramedics her blind, depressed husband had attempted suicide during a breakdown. Mr. Lee was once again rushed to the hospital, and Insuk sobbed at his bedside. The plan had misfired. Mr. Lee survived. Insuk watched doctors treat his wounds, offering words of encouragement. She smiled at family members who offered sympathy. When investigators were alerted to the matter, she explained her husband's mental state in careful detail, and they accepted the narrative without question. Sadly, on March 25, 2002, Mr. Lee died at the age of 27 while still under Insuk's care. In the weeks leading up to his death, he had developed severe cellulitis, a bacterial infection that can spread rapidly through soft tissue. In extreme cases, it leads to tissue breakdown and the release of muscle fibers into the bloodstream, a condition that can trigger organ failure. By the time he reached critical condition, it was already too late. Investigators would later suspect that the infection had not been accidental at all, that Insuk had deliberately introduced it or exacerbated it. But at the time, there was no immediate red flags to override the narrative she had carefully built. A blind, depressed man in declining health. His death was recorded as yet another tragedy, and once again, she collected the payout, approximately 34 million won in life insurance, the equivalent of around $200,000 at the time. At just 24 years old, she was widowed, financially secure, and already looking ahead. She splurged on luxury and designer labels. Within a month of her husband's death, she returned to the bright lights of Seoul's booming nightlife. There, sitting in a trendy bar, poised and demure, she met a new man, Mr. Hong's son, and the pattern began anew. Mr. Hong's son was a former athlete, healthy, physically strong, and financially secure with a steady office job. He fell for Insuk almost immediately. Her presence was disarming. She moved with quiet confidence, dressed head to toe in luxury brands. At the beginning of the relationship, his sister remarked that Insuk looked like a celebrity, while his friends described her as graceful and so well put together. No one suspected that behind the elegance, paperwork was already being filed. While Mr. Hong Sun was planning a future, Insuk was quietly taking out insurance policies in his name, ensuring once again that she would be the sole beneficiary. The payout from Mr. Lee's debt was already dwindling. Insuk needed fresh money to fuel her lavish lifestyle, and she already had a well-perfected script on how to get it. After just 6 months of dating, in November 2002, Insuk once again put her plan into motion. She laced Mr. Hong Sun's drink with sedatives and waited patiently as the drugs began to dull his senses. Disorientated and trying to steady himself, he stepped into the shower, but the medication overwhelmed him. He collapsed, striking the hard surface and fracturing his coccyx. He was rushed to hospital, where he remained for nearly 4 weeks. While he lay in a hospital bed, Insuk visited the district services office and formally registered their marriage without informing him. By the time he was discharged, the paperwork was already complete. She was now his legal wife and the sole beneficiary of the insurance policies she had already secured in his name. The stage was set, and once again the pattern intensified. After becoming pregnant with his child, Insuk resumed slipping sedatives into Mr. Hong Sun's drink. As before, she waited for the drugs to take hold and for his body to slacken before injuring him in numerous ways. Head injuries, fractures and burns. Then, in an act so cold and deliberate it almost defies comprehension, she repeated the same method she had used on her first husband. When he was fully unconscious, she pried open his eyelids and pierced both eyes with a safety pin, carefully inflicting damage that would leave him permanently blind. When he awoke, his eyes were red and swollen and searing with pain. Insuk rushed him to the hospital. She stroked his forehead, answered questions softly, and barely left his side. Doctors examined the injuries and pressed Mr. Hong Sun for an explanation, but he couldn't remember anything from the previous 2 days. Sedated, confused and frightened, he relied on the only version of events available to him, Insuk's. With his friends and family gathered anxiously at his bedside, Insuk stepped forward and calmly constructed the narrative. The night before, she said, he had seemed disoriented. He had stumbled outside, fallen down a few steps and landed face first into a bush. It had all happened so quickly. She had tried to catch him. She had done everything she could. And once again, the performance worked. What is perhaps most disturbing is that no one connected the pattern. The woman who had once played the devoted caregiver to a blind husband was now tending to another man who had mysteriously lost his sight. And still, suspicion failed to follow her. The pattern was identical, but this time something darker emerged. While Mr. Hong Sun remained in hospital, recovering from eye injuries, his condition began to deteriorate. He felt worse with each passing day. Strange infections began to appear. His foot swelled painfully. The sites where his IV lines were inserted became blistered and inflamed. Doctors tested for allergies and underlying conditions, but found no clear cause. It should be noted here that some accounts suggest Insuk had been injecting harmful substances into his IV line that rotted his flesh from the inside, but these have never been fully confirmed. What we do know is that on February 12, 2003, Mr. Hong Sun died. As his entire family were weeping in the hospital room, Insuk quietly slipped out and breathed a sigh of relief. She had just secured her next big payday. To dampen any suspicion from her in-laws, Insuk arranged a ceremonial wedding ritual after his death. Further solidifying her legal claim, of course, Insurance money flowed into her bank account again, and she splurged on more luxury brands. That's now 2 husbands, both blind, both dead, in less than 1 year. Same woman at the centre and still no arrest. Honestly, this case beggars belief. With both men, we will never truly know what they suspected in those final months. Did doubt creep in during the quiet moments? Did they sense a pattern they couldn't quite articulate? Or did they truly believe they were simply cursed with catastrophic misfortune? We do get a small haunting glimpse, however, through Mr. Hong Sun's mother, who later recalled the following. He started calling us more often, asking us to come and visit, and sometimes he even asked me not to leave. Every time he said that, she was with him. Those words paint a chilling image, a blind man, increasingly unwell, clinging to the presence of his mother, while the woman orchestrating his suffering sits inches away, listening. It suggests a growing awareness that something wasn't right, an unspoken understanding that he was not safe even in his own hospital room. It's chilling to contemplate what he must have been feeling in those final days. Such is the case of a fly caught in a spider's web. After blowing the life insurance payout on designer brands and lavish nights out, Insuk once again found herself out of money and desperate. But by now, 2 husbands had died under questionable circumstances, and she reasoned a third might raise suspicions. So instead, the charming psychopath turned inward toward her own flesh and blood. Using her newborn son as leverage, she reconciled with her mother and moved back into the family's apartment. The reunion appeared tender on the surface, but a dark pattern would soon emerge. On July 26, 2003, Insuk handed her mother a glass of pomegranate juice laced with sedatives, gently insisting it would be good for her health. When her mother lost consciousness minutes later, Insuk carried out the same grotesque ritual she had perfected before. This time, she took a syringe needle and punctured both her mother's eyes, causing permanent blindness. Her mother was rushed to the hospital, and this time Insuk played the doting daughter. We don't know if her mother suspected Insuk's involvement, but we do know that she confided in a friend, saying, "My daughter is hurting me." Still, Insuk was always there, attentive, composed, gently patting her mother's shoulder, sighing with theatrical concern, and like a pure psychopath, she claimed that her poor mother was developing dementia. And because she said it softly, because she looked concerned, people believed her without question. Unbelievably, 4 months later, she repeated a similar process on her older brother. After drugging him with a sedative-laced cocktail, she poured acid into his eyes, permanently destroying his vision. In both cases, she filed insurance claims and collected the payouts. The money dwindled fast, and Insuk grew more desperate. While her brother lay hospitalized and vulnerable, he felt her fingers brushing against his IV line. Then a subtle tug. Something in his chest tightened, and instinctively he grabbed the tubing and held it tightly, refusing to let it go. He didn't see that the hand behind his sister's back was holding a syringe filled with a bronchodilator, intended in this instance to trigger cardiac arrest. They argued briefly, and Insuk left the room abruptly, never returning to visit her brother in hospital again. He had narrowly avoided becoming her next payout, and yet, even after that moment, he struggled to accept what was happening. He continued to believe that perhaps his failing health and both him and his mother's blindness were genetic, some cruel biological coincidence. For Insuk, even blood ties were transactional. Family members were no different from husbands. If they could generate a payout, They became prey. They became assets. And when assets stopped producing, they became expendable. In her warped worldview, there was simply no limits to her cruelty and deviance. I want to take a moment here to note that none of the victims nor their families were aware of each other. Mr. Lee's relatives did not know Mr. Hong's son. His family did not know her mother or her brother. Each incident unfolded in isolation. Because of that, no one could see the pattern that was emerging. No one connected the identical eye injuries. No one noticed the reoccurring accidents that always benefited the same person. No one stepped back and asked why tragedy seemed to follow Insuk from household to household. With that said, suspicion would soon fall on the charming psychopath. After months without contact, Mr. Hong's son's mother eventually tracked Insuk down to her mother's apartment, desperate to see her grandson. What she found inside made her blood run cold. Insuk's mother and older brother sat in almost complete darkness, both blind, just staring forward, casting the same hollow stares as her son. In that moment, the pattern crystallized in her mind. This was no coincidence. Her son had not died from natural causes. She ran and reported her suspicions to authorities, but they didn't believe her. After all, Insuk had perfectly woven a mask that portrayed her as pure and innocent and doting. There was no arrest, no ambition to take her in for questioning. She was free to hunt for her next payday. By Christmas 2004, broke and desperate again, Insuk had quietly sold the family apartment for 95 million won, securing a down payment while her disabled family members remained inside. When her mother and brothers began questioning the sale, asking where they were supposed to go, Insuk made another dark calculation. If people become a problem, remove the people. She took out a fire insurance policy on the property. Then she set the apartment ablaze with her mother and two brothers still trapped inside. The fire tore through the apartment, but her mother and brothers fortunately survived, badly burned but alive. It was the first crack in her illusion of control. With nowhere to go, Insuk turned to her housekeeper and babysitter, Mrs. Kang, who took her in out of sympathy despite not having been paid in months. For several weeks, Insuk played the grateful guest, but Miss Kang grew frustrated at her blatant refusal to pay her the money she was owed. She asked Insuk to pack her bags and leave the next day. And this is when things take an even more sinister turn. Insuk responded the only way she knew how, with destruction. In the early hours of the morning, she lit a towel on fire and threw it into Mrs. Kang's bedroom. Within minutes, the house went up in a ball of flames. Mrs. Kang and her children narrowly escaped and were left with severe burns, while her husband tragically died. This fire was different from the last. It wasn't about an insurance payday. It was about control slipping through a psychopath's fingers. It was about revenge and punishment. How dare Mrs. Kang tell her to pack her bags and leave? And still, it wasn't enough. Insuk's mask of normalcy was crumbling, and the true monster was starting to peer through the cracks. Days later, in mid-April 2005, she walked into the burns unit where Mrs. Kang and her children were recovering. She carried a can of gasoline and calmly attempted to ignite the hospital room on fire. A room, mind you, where traumatized burn survivors were convalescing. I mean, this is such an incredibly sadistic thing to do. Fortunately, hospital staff intervened before the blaze took hold. Insuk was arrested shortly afterwards, with the entire incident captured on CCTV. For the first time, there was no room for reinterpretation, no sympathetic retelling, no convenient accident to explain away the opaque details. The handcuffs were finally closed upon Insuk's wrists, but the drama did not end here. With Insuk in custody, investigators began reaching out to her family to understand the wider picture. When they finally made contact with her mother, it was Insuk's younger brother who answered the phone. He had become the caretaker, guiding his blind mother and brother through the apartment, managing hospital visits, trying to hold together what remained of their shattered family. What he told investigators was chilling. "Anyone who crosses paths with my sister is in danger." He begged investigators to stop treating each event as an isolated misfortune and to look at the whole pattern. Detectives did exactly that. They pulled insurance records, examined hospital admissions, and reviewed death certificates for both husbands. What they found was repeated injury claims, high-value life insurance payouts, and a trail of medical anomalies. Then they switched their focus to her mother and brother and found the same pattern. During interrogation, Insuk initially remained calm and composed, but as the evidence mounted, her demeanour shifted. Investigators reported that she began muttering to herself, whispering incoherently as though responding to voices no one else could hear. At one point, she appeared to foam at the mouth and slumped forward, presenting what looked like a psychological breakdown. Whether this was genuine or staged remains debated. What detectives later noted, however, was the timing. The instability surfaced only after the case against her strengthened. Until then, she had been controlled. The erratic behaviour only began when control slipped away. Pure psychopathic deflection. She did not confess. She showed no remorse. When confronted about the hospital arson attempt, she offered an explanation so detached it bordered on surreal. She claimed she felt compelled to start the fire because she believed she would see her deceased daughter's spirit within the flames. She simply reframed the story to suit her situation. After this detail, investigators sent her for psychological evaluation. As part of this, Insuk was subjected to the Psychopathy Checklist Revised, the PCLR, developed by Robert Hare, the gold standard for assessing psychopathic traits. In South Korea, a score of 25 is sufficient to classify someone as psychopathic. Insuk scored 40 out of 40, a result that placed her at the most extreme end of the scale. To put that number in context, Ted Bundy scored 39. Even serial killers like Jeffrey Dahmer scored below 30. Insuk was a pure psychopath in every way. In late 2005, she was finally convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 3 people and blinding and burning several others. She showed no visible remorse in court. There was no apology to surviving family members. Today, she remains incarcerated at the Cheongju Women's Prison, serving her life sentence. Behind bars, reports suggest she continues to complain about the quality of prison toiletries and clothing, grievances about status and appearance that echo the same entitlement that drove her crimes. What makes Insuk different from many other serial offenders is not the cruelty alone, but the calculation. For years she lived beside her victims, cooking for them, caring for them, speaking gently to them, while systemically destroying their lives. Many serial killers dehumanized their victims to create emotional distance. Insuk did the opposite. She embedded herself into intimacy, marriage, motherhood, daughterhood. She weaponized trust. This is what makes the case so unsettling for me. It's the realization that people like Insuk exist in this world. Even among the most notorious serial killers, there is often a boundary, however warped, between family and victim. Insuk erased that boundary entirely. Her own mother, her brother, the men who loved her, potentially her own daughter, no one was off limits. When psychologists labelled her a perfect psychopath, they weren't speaking about intelligence or theatrical evil. They were describing something colder, a person capable of inflicting catastrophic harm without visible emotion, without guilt, and without losing control. This truly is one of the most horrifying cases I have ever come across. Iam Insuk was a pure psychopath. It's just after midnight on the island of Jersey. In a quiet farmhouse bedroom, a woman stirs at the faint creak of floorboards. Her eyes flutter open. She scans the darkness. Nothing, only silence. Slowly, she begins to drift back to sleep. Then a blinding beam of light slices through the darkness, and she gasps. A man stands at the foot of her bed, tall, motionless, watching. He wears a rubber mask with hollow, empty eyes. Black spiked hair juts outward at unnatural angles. The figure says nothing. There is only the slow, measured sound of breathing. Then a rope tightens around the woman's neck. By the time the torchlight clicks off, the bed is empty. And yet, by morning, she will be back under her covers, shaken, confused, unable to explain what happened. For over a decade, this masked monster moved through Jersey, breaking into houses, cutting phone lines, and dragging women and children from their beds. No one saw his face, but everyone felt the quiet terror he stirred around the island. They called him the Beast of Jersey. His name was Edward Paisnell. Jersey in the 1920s was the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked. The largest of the Channel Islands, located between England and France, it carried the idyllic softness of a postcard. Sprawling countryside, granite farmhouses, tall cliffs and sandy beaches. It was small enough that most people knew one another by name and by family history. Crime felt distant, like something that happened in big cities, in the headlines, in places with streetlights and anonymity. Edward Paisnell was born into this idyllic setting in 1925 and was raised in what appeared to be a stable home. There is little in the historical record to suggest anything untoward about his childhood. By most accounts, it was ordinary and unremarkable. But as Paisnell entered adolescence, Jersey's idyllic calm began to fracture under the shadow of the Second World War. German soldiers occupied the island. They marched through its villages. Swastikas replaced familiar flags, and as supplies dwindled, a quiet sense of fear settled over daily life. It was during this turbulent period that Paisnell first crossed paths with the law. In what appears to be the only recorded incident from his youth, he was caught stealing food during the occupation, not for himself, but reportedly to give to families who were starving under wartime rationing. For that act, he spent about a month in prison. On the surface, it hardly looked like the beginning of a criminal career. If anything, it painted the picture of a young man navigating desperate circumstances in a time when survival often blurred the line between right and wrong. Beyond that incident, there were no obvious red flags. However, it's important to point out here that Paisnell was a teenager during the occupation, a formative age when identity is still being shaped. Prolonged exposure to fear does more than just frighten. It can recalibrate a developing mind. Neuroscience tells us that when threat becomes constant, the brain may dampen down its emotional responsiveness as a protective mechanism. The world becomes something to survive, not to trust. And in some individuals, those protective measures never fully reverse. When liberation finally came in 1945, Jersey yearned for calm and a return to the quiet rhythms of ordinary life. The island believed the terror had come and gone with the foreign uniforms. What it did not expect was that, years later, terror would return to the island, not in the form of an occupying army, but from one of their own. Sometime in the 1950s, Paisnell met a mother of two named Joan, and they were married in 1959 when Paisnell was 34 years old. Throughout this time, he worked as a handyman and was known to be helpful and polite. Joan ran a children's home and Paisnell assisted her with maintenance and repairs. Children called him Uncle Ted, a friendly man who handed out sweets and even dressed as Santa Claus during Christmas. What no one saw was the disturbing fantasy life festering beneath the surface of friendly Uncle Ted. The first confirmed attack came in November 1957. A 29-year-old nurse was standing alone at a bus stop when a man stepped out of the darkness wearing a rubber mask. When he spoke, his voice carried what she described as an Irish accent, though something about it felt forced. Before she could react, a rope slipped around her neck. Paisnell pulled tight, dragging her backwards into a nearby field. There, shielded by hedgerows and night, he brutally assaulted her. When she was eventually discovered, she was bleeding heavily and required more than a dozen stitches. The attack shocked the island, but police initially treated it as an isolated, opportunistic crime. While recovering in hospital, the nurse recalled something else, a sensory detail that lingered. Her attacker smelt damp, like old clothes left in a cellar. It was a small observation, but one that would echo through future testimonies. In March 1958, the second attack came on a bright moonlit night. A 20-year-old woman had just stepped off a bus close to midnight and was walking home when, without warning, a rope tightened around her neck from behind. She was dragged into a nearby field and brutally assaulted. Like the nurse, she survived, shaken, injured, but alive. At this point, the cooling off period between attacks begins to narrow. Only 2 months later, Paisnell struck again. A 31-year-old woman was walking home from a bus stop when she felt a rope suddenly bite into her throat. The rope was violently yanked backwards, and she too was dragged into a secluded spot and attacked. Then, in August 1959, less than 1 month later, a teenage girl walking home from Grooville was seized and dragged into a field. She fought for her life and managed to escape. By now, a pattern was beginning to take shape. Paisnell targeted transitional spaces, bus stops, pathways, and the liminal edge between public and private areas. He usually struck on bright moonlit nights between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. on the weekends, the kind of nights islanders called fine for a walk. Each victim's description was strikingly consistent. He appeared to be in his early to mid-40s, around 5 foot 6 inches tall and of average build. He spoke in a soft Irish accent, but one that felt strained, almost performed. He wore a long raincoat that carried a strong, musty odour. Around his waist he kept a length of rope tied like a belt. Once he had control, he would untie it and use it to bind the women's hands. Some victims recall that he talked during attacks, not frantically, but conversationally, which is almost more chilling. He mentioned having a wife, a mother who had died, fragments of domestic normality inserted into moments of true terror. Others said he boasted that he killed before, or had just killed prior to attacking them. Whether this is true or not was almost beside the point. The statements weren't about confession. They were about control, expanding the fear beyond the present moment, making him seem larger and darker than the man standing in front of them. Investigators now knew they had a serial predator on the loose, but attempted to manage the situation carefully to not trigger panic. After all, Jersey's economy depended heavily on tourism, and the idea of a masked attacker prowling the island at night was not the kind of story officials wanted spreading beyond its shores. But as you can imagine, small islands don't keep secrets for very long. Rumours spread fast through villages and towns. A growing sense of fear gripped the community, and Paisnell was paying attention. By 1960, he would have known everyone was on edge. He would have sensed patrols increasing, vigilance sharpening around bus stops and lonely pathways, and so the beast of Jersey adapted his pattern. Criminal psychology teaches us that predators, in particular serial offenders, often reach a point where repetition no longer satisfies them. They often introduce greater risk to increase or restore stimulation. This is where we often see a sudden escalation in their crimes. For Pesnel, this escalation came in 1960, when his MO moved from public ambushes to home invasions. He began by doing research and taking photos of potential victims and their homes, watching their houses, noting their schedules and routines. Then, on Valentine's Day 1960, Pesnel crept through the bedroom window of a 12-year-old boy as he slept. Wearing his now signature rubber mask, he stood silently at the foot of the bed and flicked on a torch, flooding the boy's face with a harsh beam of light. The boy woke in confusion, unsure if he was still dreaming. As his eyes tried to focus, Pesnel pinned him down, bound his hands and slipped a rope around his neck, tightening just enough to establish control. Then he marched the boy out of the house and into a nearby field, where he assaulted him under the cover of darkness. And then, bizarrely, after he'd finished, he brought the boy back into his house and placed him in his bed once again. That detail is worth exploring further. In the attacks that followed, Pesnel did not abduct permanently. He returned his victims to their beds, to their families, to the very spaces where they were supposed to feel the safest. He wanted the terror to linger long after, to ripple outward through the household, to settle into its walls and floorboards after he'd vanished into the night. The assault was not the end of the crime. The trauma in the aftermath was part of it. This speaks to a disturbing level of sadism. Not merely physical cruelty, but the psychological extension. Sadism, in its clinical sense, is not just about inflicting pain. It is about deriving gratification from another person's suffering, humiliation, and fear. Pesnel appeared to understand that fear multiplies in private spaces. By returning victims home, he ensured that every creak of the floorboard, every flicker of light, every gust of wind against the window pane would resurrect him. Cast in this light, Pesnel turned houses into haunted spaces. A month after the attack on the boy, Pesnel shifted tactics again. As a 25-year-old woman was walking home from a bus stop, he pulled over and offered her a lift home. He wore gloves and a cap pulled low over his brow. In the dim light, she could not clearly see his face, but he projected calm authority, telling her that he was a doctor on his way to collect his wife. The woman got inside his car. They chatted for a bit, but she soon sensed something was off. Instead of heading toward town, Pesnel veered into a field. There, away from the houses and passing cars, he beat her, bound her hands, and assaulted her in the darkness. At one point, she attempted to break free when Pesnel reportedly spoke in a calm voice, saying, "I've killed before." Once the attack was over, Pesnel placed her back in his car and drove off into the darkness again. Somehow the young woman managed to open the car door and jump out. She luckily survived and went on to tell investigators the same unsettling details. How her attacker spoke in a strange Irish accent and the smell of musty clothes that lingered. Fast forward a few weeks later, in March 1960, and Pesnel escalated again. In a secluded cottage in St. Martin, a 43-year-old mother was woken shortly after midnight by the sound of the telephone ringing downstairs. Calls at that hour were rare, and in a small community, late-night calls often meant an emergency. She hurried down and lifted the receiver to her ear, but there was only an evanescent click, then the empty hum of a dial tone. Assuming it was nothing more than a crossed line, she returned to bed, but about an hour later, She heard the unmistakable creak of floorboards. She went to investigate, and halfway down the stairs the lights suddenly cut and the house was swallowed into blackness. Panic surged in her chest. She rushed for the telephone to call police, only to find the line had been ripped from the wall. Before she could scream, Paisnell seized her from behind. He demanded money, threatening to kill her if she made another sound. Then her teenage daughter appeared at the top of the stairs, awoken by the disturbance. In that instant, Paisnell released the mother and rushed towards the girl. His focus had shifted. The mother ran, in what I imagine was pure instinct taken over, sprinting into the night toward a nearby farmhouse to call the police. At that moment, she believed it was the only chance she had, the only way to alert others about the darkness that had entered her home. Now, say what you will about that decision, it's hard to imagine a mother leaving her daughter alone in a house with a masked monster. But it is also hard to imagine the level of fear and adrenaline coursing through her veins. My point here is that we will never know what was going through the mother's mind. What we do know is that when she returned home, it was too late. Her daughter was found in her bedroom, bound and assaulted. With that attack, the nature of the threat changed. The beast was now crossing thresholds, and doors no longer felt secure again. Jersey had entered a new phase of fear. Less than 1 month later, Paisnell struck again. In the early hours of the morning, a 40-year-old woman woke to see a masked man standing at the foot of her bed, holding a torch. She screamed, and then something unusual happened. Paisnell removed his mask. In that moment, the ritualized dynamic shifted, but the brutal nature of his crimes remained consistent. He bound the woman's hands, led her from the house, and assaulted her in a nearby field. But why remove the mask, you might be asking? Well, one possible explanation is that by exposing his face, even briefly, Paisnell may have been amplifying the stakes by increasing the risk to himself. It may also have heightened the woman's fear. She may have reasoned that by seeing his face meant she would not survive the attack, therefore magnifying Paisnell's own sense of power. But there is a darker interpretation. Psychologically, the mask had functioned as both shield and theatre prop. It allowed him to disassociate, to become the beast, an alter ego constructed to carry out acts he could mentally compartmentalize. Behind it, he was not just Edward Paisnell. He was something mystic, something monstrous. In my head, I can hear Bain saying, "I was nothing before I put on the mask." But anyway, removing it changes that equation. It suggests he may have wanted to witness the terror directed, not at the creature in the dark, but at him, at his real face, his real identity. If that is the case, then this evolution was no longer about sustaining a fantasy persona. It was about ownership. The escalation was no longer about the beast of Jersey. It was about Edward Paisnell, and that is a far more dangerous transformation, because it signals that the mask was no longer required to unleash the monster. Paisnell also wore another mask, that of a husband and father to a young daughter. There isn't a great deal of information about his personal life online, but what is out there is a book that provides a glimpse into the private world behind the mask. Years after his arrest, his wife Joan Paisnell wrote The Beast of Jersey, published in 1972, which remains extremely rare today. In fact, used copies sell for hundreds of pounds. From her account and other contemporary sources, we know that Edward and Joan's marriage deteriorated quickly after they wed. Though they had a daughter together, very little about her appears in public records, and by most accounts, the emotional connection between Edward and Joan had become strained and distant. What remained of their marriage increasingly felt more like a legal formality than a functioning partnership. At some point during the attacks, Edward built a separate extension onto the house that essentially became his own private living quarters, complete with an office and a living area, and he spent much of his time there, physically separated from Joan, even while sharing the same roof. That physical distance mirrored the emotional one. He was present in the structure of family life, yet absent in its intimacy. In the public eye, he played the role of a benign handyman and father figure, but behind that facade lay a life compartmentalised to an extreme degree. The outward roles of husband, father and community volunteer coexisting with a secret identity that was terrorising the island. Between July 1960 and April 1961, Paisnell abducted multiple boys and girls aged between 8 and 12 from their beds and essayed them in nearby fields in the same fashion he had done before. I'm not going to delve into the details here, as I find the crimes just too disgusting. What I will focus on is the growing sense of fear that gripped the island. Jersey is small, measuring only 46 kilometres squared. The police could no longer keep a handle on the rumour mill. People knew they had a serial predator on the loose, and that the man responsible was a member of their own community. They began sleeping with the lights on. Curtains were drawn tight, even in the height of summer. Windows that had once been left open to let in the sea air were latched and double-checked. Fathers kept heavy objects beside their beds. Dogs were brought inside. Neighbours formed informal watch groups, listening for engines, footsteps, anything out of place in the night. The pressure on the police force grew to the point where they sought assistance from Scotland Yard. Detective Jack Manning was brought in to coordinate the investigation and began assessing everything they had on the beast of Jersey. He struck at night, usually on weekends between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m, often under the cover of moonlight. He was described as a man in his early 40s, around 5 foot 6 inches tall, sometimes with a moustache. He wore a long raincoat with a strong musty odour that victims never forgot. He concealed his face with either a rubber mask or a scarf and carried a flashlight that had been taped to a narrow beam, focusing the light into a tight, blinding slit. Most victims said he entered through their bedroom windows, blindfolded or bound them, slipped a rope around their neck and led them to a nearby field where he assaulted them, and always the same fake Irish accent. There was a troubling consistency in the descriptions, but detectives privately acknowledged a frustrating reality. The composite could have been applied to dozens of middle-aged men on the island. The investigation began to stall and leads thinned into dead ends. Yet the publicity had an effect on Paisnell. For nearly 2 years the attacks stopped. He appeared to withdraw, whether out of fear or simply patience. He laid low while police continued their door-to-door inquiries, interviews and patrols. It was during this time that suspicion shifted towards another man, a local fisherman named Alphonse, who was known for being a bit eccentric. He kept irregular hours, often walking alone at night, and was accused of being seen near a girl who was attacked. He was also known to tie his raincoat closed with rope, a detail that, to anxious minds, felt uncomfortably familiar. He was brought in and questioned, but there was no evidence to hold him, and he was later released. For the authorities, that should have been the end of it, but local newspapers printed his photo, and for a frightened public, fear rarely waits for proof. One moonlit night, his home was deliberately set on fire in an act of vigilante arson. With his life effectively destroyed, he left the island and never returned. It was a stark illustration of what prolonged fear can do to a small community. When the real predator remains invisible, suspicion seeks a substitute, and sometimes the wrong man pays the price. After the fisherman fled the island, a fragile calm began to settle over Jersey. The years passed without incident. Children walked to school without parents scanning hedgerows. Slowly, the island began to breathe again. But it was a false calm. In April 1963, Paisnell's urge resurfaced in a brutal attack on a 9-year-old boy. Several months later, he struck again, attacking an 11-year-old boy. Then 2 more attacks followed in grim succession. The pattern had not changed, but the psychological impact deepened. Each reappearance reinforced the brutal truth: the beast had never left. Then, just as suddenly, he went quiet again. 2 more years of silence followed until 1966, when the case took a darker turn. The Jersey police received a handwritten letter from a man referring to himself as the Beast of Jersey. Here's an excerpt from it now. "I think that it is just the time to tell you that you were just wasting your time. I have always wanted to do the perfect crime. Let the moon shine very bright in September, because this time it must be perfect. Not 1 but 2. I am not a maniac by a long shot, but I like to play with you people. You will hear from me before September, and I will give you all the clues, just to see if you can catch me. Yours sincerely, wait and see." Just as promised in the letter, that August, a 15-year-old girl was brutally attacked and left with strange, evenly spaced scratches on her torso, as though clawed by a machine. Then 4 more years of silence followed. Another escalation. Paisnell had graduated to the taunting stage. On a balmy August night in 1970, a 13-year-old boy awoke to find Paisnell standing above him, wearing his grotesque rubber mask. The beam of his torch cut across the room as he moved quickly, looping a rope around the boy's neck and forcing him from the house and into darkness. Outside, the boy was assaulted, with Paisnell warning him throughout the ordeal that if he spoke to anyone, someone would hurt his mother and father. This threat to a child is quite sadistic. Paisnell wasn't just silencing his victim, he was expanding his circle of fear, making the danger feel larger than himself. Afterwards, as in so many previous attacks, he returned the boy to his bed and scampered off into the night like the rat he was. Jersey held its breath again. The beast was back, and police were more determined than ever to catch him. Officers interviewed nearly 30,000 people across the island, an extraordinary number for such a small community. Patrols intensified, checkpoints were established, every lead, no matter how minor, was chased, but still there was nothing. And then, after 14 years of terror, it ended not with groundbreaking forensics or a dramatic confession, but with a routine traffic stop. On July 10, 1971, just before midnight, police constables John Risenborough and Tom McGinn were patrolling the streets of St. Helier when Paisnell's car blasted through a red light. When they gave chase, Paisnell swerved recklessly through narrow roads, side-sweeping vehicles, trying to outrun the patrol car. He eventually veered off course, tore through a hedge, and came to an abrupt stop in a tomato field. With the constables surrounding his car, Paisnell got out quickly and bolted into the darkness. Risenborough pursued, tackled him to the ground, and placed him under arrest. At first, it seemed like a routine arrest, a reckless driver making a desperate mistake. It was so dark the constables didn't initially see the outfit Paisnell was wearing, but back at the station, under the humming fluorescent lights, a cold shiver ran down investigators' spines. Paisnell's raincoat carried a powerful stench of mildew. Even more bizarrely, 1-inch nails protruded from the shoulders and lapels. Beneath the sleeves, wristbands were lined with more nails, carefully sewn in place. In his pockets were lengths of cord, adhesive tape, and a torch. The torch had been modified, with black tape narrowing the beam into a tight, blinding slit of light. A further search of his car revealed a black, spiky wig and a grotesque rubber mask, which was warped and burned looking. In that moment, the realization began to set in. They had just captured the Beast of Jersey. When officers asked what he was doing out so late, driving recklessly, dressed in what could only be described as a Halloween costume, he gave an answer that raised eyebrows. He said he was on his way to a sex orgy. When pressed about the nails sewn into his clothing, he calmly claimed they were for his protection in case someone tried to use martial arts against him. I mean, that explanation is absurd, and yet he delivered it without hesitation. With the circumstantial evidence stacking up, police searched Pesnell's home and discovered a concealed room off the private wing that he had built for himself. When they opened the door, they were struck immediately by a powerful odour, that same musty scent survivors had described years earlier. Inside hung old clothing, altered raincoats, homemade wigs, hats, and even false eyebrows. A camera was hooked on the wall near a stack of photographs of houses that investigators would later confirm belonged to his victims. He had studied them, watched their routines, and memorised entry points. It appeared he surveilled homes for months, even years before acting. The room also contained a collection of occult materials, books on black magic, ritual objects, and a homemade altar concealed behind red fabric. Mounted above it was a large carved wooden sword. Overall, this place was just creepy, like something you'd see in a horror movie. Back at the station, detectives tried to determine his motive, but were met with evasions and rambling references to curses and ritual power. At times he spoke about magic and forces beyond the ordinary world. He claimed an obsession with Gilles de Reyes, even suggesting he was a descendant. If you're wondering who that is, Gilles de Reyes was a 15th century French nobleman and former military commander who fought alongside Joan of Arc before later being convicted of horrific crimes against children. After his military career ended, de Reyes reportedly became fascinated with alchemy and occult practices, squandering his fortune in pursuit of power and forbidden knowledge. Whether Pesnell truly believed in any of it is difficult to determine, but psychologically the symbolism matters. Aligning himself with a historical figure associated with both warfare and atrocity suggests something darker than superstition. It hints at myth building, an attempt to frame his own crimes within a larger, darker narrative, not merely as acts of violence, but as part of something grand, ancient and ritualistic. It elevated him in his own mind, from a local handyman to legendary villain, and that kind of self-mythologizing is often the final layer in a long-developed fantasy life. In December 1971, Pesnell was charged with 13 counts, including rape, indecent assault and sodomy against 6 victims, 5 of which were children. He showed little remorse throughout the trial and even spoke openly to investigators about the purpose of his costume. The mask, he suggested, was not merely for disguise, it was designed to maximize terror. The nails sewn into the wristbands, lapels and shoulders were there to deter resistance, a built-in defence mechanism against anyone who might try to fight him off. The jury deliberated briefly, and Pesnell was found guilty and sentenced to 30 years in prison. He attempted to appeal the conviction, but it was ultimately unsuccessful. And yet, in 1991, after serving only 20 years, Pesnell was released for good behaviour, a decision I find difficult to comprehend. This was not a man who had committed a single impulsive act. He was a serial predator who had carefully constructed an elaborate and deeply disturbing fantasy life. But to prison authorities, he had been a compliant inmate, a model prisoner. The problem with that label is that prisons are highly structured environments. They are governed by routine, surveillance, and strict limitations. In many ways, they remove the very opportunities that allow certain offenders to act on their own impulses. In Pesnell's case, the institution may have been measuring change so much as it was containing it. But anyway, after his release, Pesnell returned briefly to Jersey, a move that sparked outrage, as you can imagine. Residents who had lived through 14 years of fear did not want him back. Facing this hostility, Pesnell relocated to the Isle of Wight, where he died of a heart attack soon after in 1994. This truly is a deeply unsettling case. Pesnell didn't just terrorise his victims, he altered the psychology of an entire island. For years afterwards, people remembered checking their windows twice, sleeping with lights on and wondering if the darkness outside their homes was truly empty. In a place where everyone knew everyone, the beast left behind a lasting question. How well do we really know the people living among us? In May 1973, a 15-year-old girl named Cathy Sue came across a job advertisement in her local newspaper. The ad stated that a nearby gas station was looking for someone to work the pumps. Cathy wasn't looking for a job for herself, but her boyfriend was, so she called the listed number to get more information. The man on the other end of the phone provided her with the job details before mentioning something strange. He was only hiring girls, and said she should apply, that there were lots more of other teen girls working there, and that she would make lots of new friends. Intrigued, Cathy arranged to meet the man the next day after school to go over her application. When she told her parents about the arrangement, her mother didn't like the idea of her teenage daughter meeting a stranger alone and explicitly warned her not to go. But teenagers don't always listen to their parents, and the next day, Cathy went to meet the man as planned at the Sears building in Seattle. He smiled when he saw her approaching, opened the passenger door and told her to get in, that she needed to fill out her application back at the gas station. Reluctantly, Cathy Sue got into the stranger's car and she was never seen alive again. The man who picked her up that day had already killed before, had been convicted and sentenced to death. And yet here he was again, roaming free, luring young girls to their death through job ads in local newspapers. His name was Harvey Lewis Carrigan, and if this case doesn't send a shiver up your spine, you're probably a psychopath. Now, before we get into Carrigan's background, I want to read out what the chief investigator on the case said about him. These are the words of Russell J. Kruger. "This guy's the fucking devil. They should have fried him years ago, period, and they would have had to queue up to pull the switch. When he was dead, they should have driven a stake through his heart and buried him, digging him up a week later and ram another stake in, just to make sure the fucker was dead." Harvey Lewis Carrigan was born during the Great Depression in Fargo, North Dakota, into a life shaped by neglect and abuse. He never knew his biological father, and his relationship with his mother was strained from the beginning. She had him at just 20 years old, unmarried and struggling to survive in an already unforgiving economic climate. There was little food or warmth on offer in the home, with Carrigan later claiming that he felt unloved and unlovable as a child. By the age of 6, he was frail, undersized, and seldom smiled. He felt intense shame at being a bastard and claimed that he was sexually abused by a female babysitter. Under stress, his face would twitch uncontrollably, and he was diagnosed with St. Vitus dance, a disease which manifests itself in spasmodic jerking movements. Like so many serial killers, Carrigan also suffered from chronic bedwetting until the age of 13. He developed an imaginary friend named Paul and began to show increasing signs of aggression. Now it's important to pause here and add a caveat. Many people grow up in difficult circumstances, plagued by neglect, poverty and instability, and they never go on to harm anyone. There is no single pathway that leads from childhood trauma to violence, but in some individuals, those early experiences can shape how they process emotion and develop empathy. In certain cases, it can create a disconnect, a way of seeing others not as people, but as objects within their environment. Anyways, as Harv's violent behaviour worsened, his mother became increasingly unable to cope with him. She passed him between relatives, first to aunts and uncles, and then to grandparents as a final resort. He drifted from school to school, unable to form any sense of stability. At 12 years old, he began shoplifting, and soon after his mother made a decision that would define much of his early life. She committed him to a reformatory school in Mandan, North Dakota, where he would spend the next 7 years of his life. It was a moment that underscored the extent of the breakdown at home. From that point on, he was no longer just a problem child. He was a child without any real place in the world. Within a short space of time, Carrigan found himself navigating institutional life, cut off from any consistent sense of attachment or belonging. He received only a limited education and claimed he was constantly bullied and sexually abused by a female teacher. Years later, he would write about it, saying, "I had a teacher who used to sit at my desk and we would write dirty notes back and forth. I was either 13 or 14 at the time. And just show me a 14-year-old anywhere who wouldn't willingly and happily sit in a schoolroom and exchange porno notes with his teacher. I never got to lay a hand on her without getting slapped. But she would keep me after school and make me stand before her while she masturbated and called me names and told me what she was going to make me do. None of her threats she ever kept. Damn it, that bitch wouldn't even let me masturbate with her. I took out my penis and she would beat the living shit out of me. She had enormously large breasts. She truly was a cruel woman." Now, whether this account is true, exaggerated, or entirely fabricated is impossible to say. There is not a shred of evidence to confirm its veracity. In cases like this, offenders often reshape their past, sometimes to justify, rationalise, or simply to construct a narrative that explains who they became. What matters isn't whether it happened or not, it's what the story reveals psychologically. Because even in the way that Carrigan tells it, there's a clear pattern. Sexuality tied to humiliation, desire met with punishment, control always held by the other person, until in his later life that dynamic would begin to reverse in one of the most violent ways imaginable. He hated women plain and simple and believed they all played mind games with him. By the time Carrigan was released, he had spent much of his formative years inside institutions. He had grown up without consistent attachment and the social development most people take for granted. And so, like many young men in similar positions at the time, he turned to what seemed like an escape. In 1948, at the age of 21, he enlisted in the US Army and was stationed at Fort Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska. The well-balanced diet and training helped him grow into an immensely powerful man. Reports suggest he had almost inhuman strength. But even within that system, Carrigan's military career was marked by disciplinary problems, including insubordination and physical assaults on fellow soldiers, reflecting the same patterns of aggression he displayed in his youth. Carrigan's first murder came in July 1949. He killed 57-year-old Laura Showalter following an attempted rape in Anchorage. He used an incredible level of violence. One police officer recounted the scene saying, "This killer was so strong, with one punch he blasted a hole through her skull." A few months later, in September 1949, Carrigan attempted to rape a young woman called Dorcas Callan. At 11 a.m, clearly drunk, Carrigan confronted her near a tavern on Anchorage Street. He asked her to take a ride with him, but she refused, aware that a woman had been bludgeoned to death in the same neighbourhood only months earlier. Dorcas told Carrigan to back off and leave her alone, but before she could get away from him, he grabbed her by the hair and dragged her away from the street. They fell into a ditch beside the road and he was all over her, tearing off her clothes. Dorcas fought desperately for her life. She managed to escape his strong grip and flee to the nearby tavern to call police. In hospital, she told investigators that the man was like something out of hell and that his fury came out of nowhere. It was her physical description that led investigators to Carrigan later that day, where he was arrested. In a police lineup, he was identified as Dorcas' attacker, and a subsequent search of his barracks uncovered blood-stained clothing. A few days later, still in custody, Carrigan confessed to a Catholic priest and a US Marshal, detailing the assault and the fatal beating of Laura Showalter. At that moment, he was no longer just a troubled youth. He was a violent offender, someone who had crossed that line from fantasy into action, and in 1950 the case went to trial in Alaska. Carrigan was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to hang. Now that should be the end of the case, right? But think again, because Carrigan's defence team later appealed his sentence, arguing that his confession had been coerced and obtained without proper legal safeguards. His appeal eventually reached the US Supreme Court in 1951. They ruled that the confession itself was admissible, as Carrigan had been lawfully detained on separate assault charges at the time. However, it also found that prosecutors had made a critical error. Carrigan had not been allowed to testify about whether his confession was given voluntarily. Bizarrely, on this basis, his conviction was overturned and with it his death sentence. In 1952, Carrigan was transferred to Alcatraz prison in California, and a few years later, in 1957, his sentence was commuted to life and then reduced again to only 15 years. By April 1960, after serving a little over a decade in prison, Carrigan was granted parole. From there, he boarded a train to Minnesota and moved in with one of his half-brothers. But for a man who had spent much of his life inside institutions, the transition to civilian life was anything but smooth. Structure had always been imposed on him. Now, without it, he began to unravel once again. Within 4 months, he was back in police custody, this time arrested for burglary and attempted rape on a young girl. He was ultimately convicted of the burglary charge only and sentenced to 4 years in Leavenworth Prison in Kansas. When he was released again in 1964, he relocated to Seattle, but the pattern hadn't changed. If anything, the criminal instinct inside him had become more ingrained. That same year, he was arrested yet again for burglary and sentenced to 15 years in Walla Walla, one of the oldest and most notorious prisons in the United States at the time. During this stint in Walla Walla, the other prisoners feared Carrigan, and not just because of his violent temper. He was physically imposing, standing 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing almost 250 pounds. He had piercing blue eyes, and when his temper flared, they went black and dead as shark eyes. His hands and head were enormous, described as something more Neanderthal than human. There was also a presence about him that went beyond size, something volatile and eerily unpredictable. To the few people he spoke with, he revealed glimpses of what lay beneath the surface. He talked openly about his attraction to young girls and about his fixation on young flesh. These weren't just passing thoughts, they were part of a deviant pattern that had already begun to define him. And yet, alongside this, there appeared to be another version of Carrigan emerging. He immersed himself in self-improvement pursuits. He read constantly, earned his high school diploma, and even took college-level courses, studying psychology and sexual psychopathy of all things. These academic achievements impressed his tutors. To them it looked like progress, like rehabilitation, and in 1968, Carrigan was once again granted early parole. Back on the streets, this Neanderthal-like monster tried to build something resembling a normal life. He met Sheila Moran, a divorcee with 3 children, and in 1969 the two were married. From the outside, it looked like a fresh start, but it didn't take long for the cracks to appear. During an argument, Carrigan brutally assaulted Sheila's uncle, an outburst that revealed just how quickly his temper could flare. For Sheila, it was enough. She gathered her children and fled, trusting an instinct she couldn't ignore. That instinct likely saved her life, because that same night, Carrigan had planned to kill her. He waited inside their house for her return, a hammer gripped tightly in his hand, sitting alone in the dark, rehearsing the violence he was prepared to unleash. Carrigan married again in 1972 to a young mother named Alice Johnson. She was described by friends as a little naive and gullible, and believed she'd met a hard-working man who would take care of her and her children. She had an 11-year-old son named Billy, who was forced to move in with his biological father due to the beatings he received from Carrigan. For Alice's 14-year-old daughter Georgina, things grew even darker when Carrigan began making lurid advances towards her. During this time, he leased a Save More gas station, where he always had a string of pretty young girls working the pumps. Alice soon became aware of his hiring practices and his growing fixation on young girls, though Harv denied these claims, saying it was all in his wife's head, calling her jealous and deluded. The gaslighting here was turned up to max. Soon after this confrontation, Carrigan's depravity deepened, earning him the moniker the Want Ad Killer, for his MO of placing deceptive job adverts in newspapers to lure vulnerable young girls into his orbit. In October 1972, Carrigan was suspected of murdering 19-year-old Leslie Laura Brock in Bellingham, Washington, after she responded to a deceptive job ad. Her body was discovered shortly after with severe head injuries. Witnesses later claimed that they saw her get into a silver truck that would be tied back to Carrigan years later. Fast forward to May 1973, and another advertisement appeared in the Seattle Times saying "Help Wanted" at a local gas station. That ad caught the attention of 15-year-old Cathy Sue Miller. She wasn't looking for a job for herself, but for her boyfriend. When she called the number, the man on the other end told her he was only looking for girls. Intrigued, she gave him her details and they arranged to meet after school the following day. Carrigan said he would pick her up outside the Sears building and bring her to the gas station to fill out her application. Understandably, Cathy's mother felt uneasy about the arrangement, particularly the idea of her daughter getting into a car with a man she had never met. Stories of recent attacks weighed heavily on her mind, and she explicitly warned Cathy not to go. But teenagers don't always listen to their parents, and the following day, Cathy met Carrigan as planned. He was already waiting in his car, growing impatient. When he saw her approaching, a tall, athletic girl with long blonde hair, something dark stirred within him, a sordid lust that was turning murderous. Unaware of his intentions, Cathy waved and smiled as she crossed the street toward him. Carrigan leaned across and pushed open the passenger door, signalling for her to get in. But instead, Cathy walked to the driver's side and spoke to him through the window. Up close, he wasn't what she expected. He looked far older than 46 years old, his face worn, scarred and hardened by prison time. Still, in that moment, he forced a smile, turned on the charm and prompted her to get in. Cathy initially hesitated. She admitted that her mother didn't want her to meet him, that he could be a psycho for all she knows. But Carrigan reassured her, calmly and convincingly, that once she filled out the application at the station, he would drive her home and introduce himself properly to her parents. There were lots of other young girls working the pumps, and that she would have lots of new friends to hang out with. Reluctantly, Cathy got into his car, and sadly, she was never seen alive again. The Neanderthal psychopath drove her to a remote area on the Chula-Lip Reservation. There, away from view, he essayed her, beat and bludgeoned her to death with a hammer. While back home, her absence was already being felt. As the hours passed and Cathy failed to return home from school, her mother's concern turned to panic. Later that evening, she reported her daughter missing, telling police that Cathy may have been meeting a man about a job. Investigators moved quickly. Given his violent history, Carrigan came under suspicion almost immediately and was brought in for questioning. But there was no physical evidence linking him to Cathy's disappearance, and so, for a time, it seemed as though she had simply vanished. Until a month later, when two boys riding their motorbikes through a remote area made a grim discovery. A body wrapped in black plastic and dumped in a hedgerow. Dental records would later confirm the body belonged to Cathy Sue Miller. Following this discovery, Carrigan didn't wait around. He fled first to Colorado, then to Minnesota, moving across states attempting to stay ahead of the growing investigation. But the violence didn't stop. What followed was a disturbing pattern. Reports began to surface of a man matching Carrigan's description. A large, almost Neanderthal-like figure approaching women, often under false pretenses, before turning violently on them with a hammer. On June 28, 1973, 47-year-old Mary Townsend was waiting at a bus stop when she was attacked from behind. Carrigan struck her with enough force to knock her unconscious. When she came to, she was inside his vehicle, disorientated, with him issuing commands and demanding sexual acts. Now, with her adrenaline pumping, Mary threw herself from the moving vehicle and escaped, injured but alive. Knowing what this guy was capable of, it was a narrow survival, and one that would echo in some of the cases that followed. Just days later, Carrigan was arrested again, this time for assaulting his wife Alice, who by now could no longer tolerate the violence and the sordid accusations that defined their life together. She left him soon after, cutting ties completely, but even that didn't stop the bloodlust for Harv the Hammer. By October 1973, the pattern escalated once again. In Duluth, Minnesota, Carrigan targeted 13-year-old Jerry Billings. Using the same job offer tactic, he lured her into his vehicle. Once inside, he assaulted her, beat her with his hammer, and attempted to strangle her. And yet, somehow the young girl survived, severely injured, traumatized, but alive all the same. With each of these encounters, a picture was forming, a man moving from victim to victim, testing limits and refining his method. His violent spree continued into 1974, and by now the pattern had become even more unhinged. Freshly single again, he began searching for his next wife. He picked up a 29-year-old hitchhiker named Eileen Marie Hunley, who had recently moved to Minnesota. What began as a chance encounter quickly turned romantic, and within a short space of time, she had moved in with him. On the surface, it may have looked like stability, another attempt at a normal life, but beneath it, the same disturbing pattern remained. Eileen began to notice it early on. The temper, the unpredictability, the way his behaviour shifted, especially when he drank. There was something off about him, something she couldn't quite place, but could clearly feel. And by August, she had seen enough. She ended the relationship, and for a brief moment, it looked like she had escaped the violent end so many others hadn't. But Carrigan wasn't finished with her just yet. A few days later, he reached out with a lucrative job offer. It was enough to draw Eileen in one last time. Sadly, she was never seen alive again. 5 weeks later, her body was discovered in a remote area in Shelburne County. Her skull had imploded from repeated hammer blows. Her clothes had been torn off, and she had been savagely essayed using a tree branch. Honestly, it's horrible to even hear these words coming out of my mouth. That was someone's daughter, and she was just unfortunate to meet such a depraved psychopath. Anyways, I'm going to fast forward through this next section, as I don't think we need to go too deep into the attacks, as they are just so sick. So, here are the headlines. Later that month, Carrigan assaulted Gwen Burton in Washington, choking and essaying her with his hammer handle. Somehow she survived the ordeal, but was left with severe trauma. In September, he murdered 18-year-old Katrin Schultz in Minnesota by luring her via a wanted ad, inflicting blunt force trauma to her skull and dumping her body in a cornfield. A few weeks later, he assaulted teenage girls Sally Vorsai and Diane Flynn in Washington after picking them up while hitchhiking. He forced them to perform oral sex on him and beat them almost to death, but somehow they managed to escape and survive. Now, at this point, you're probably wondering, how was he getting away with all this? Especially when some of his victims had survived and could identify the big Neanderthal head on him. Well, for a time it came down to fragmentation. Different attacks in different states handled by different jurisdictions. This was in a time before computers and databases were widespread. Each incident viewed in isolation rather than as part of a broader pattern. But by September 1974, that had begun to change. Police in Minneapolis started comparing notes with investigators in Washington. Reports were cross-referenced, descriptions aligned, and within days, something became clear. Multiple survivors from separate attacks over a 2-year period, all identifying the same man. On September 24, 1974, that convergence led to action. Carrigan was arrested in Seattle after police pulled over his vehicle based on a description provided by Gwen Burton, whom he had assaulted just weeks earlier. During that attack, Burton had taken note of Carrigan's van. That detail allowed investigators to locate him, monitor his movements, and ultimately move in. This time he wasn't slipping through the cracks. When police searched his possessions, they uncovered maps with 181 red circles drawn in isolated areas of the United States and Canada. Some circles could easily be explained, places he had worked, places he had travelled to, but others indicated something darker. Some of those markings aligned with unsolved crimes involving women and young girls. One circled the area where Leslie Laura Brock had disappeared. Another matched the location of a murdered girl in North Dakota. And one chillingly marked the exact intersection where Mary Townsend had been attacked at the bus stop and struck from behind with a hammer. Presented with this, Carrigan confessed to multiple assaults, including those of Burton and other women who had survived similar attacks. Many of them lured in through the same method: job advertisements, followed by isolation, followed by violence. And as the investigation deepened, so did the psychological picture. In March 1975, a psychiatric evaluation diagnosed him with severe antisocial personality disorder, which is the clinical term for psychopathy. He displayed a complete lack of remorse, alongside disturbing delusions, claiming at times that he had been given a divine mission to kill whores and harlots. By now, the media had gotten wind of the attacks and gave him the name Harv the Hammer, a reference to his weapon of choice. Following his arrest in 1974, the case against Carrigan began to take shape across multiple states. But from the outset, there was a complication. Investigators strongly suspected him in several murders in Washington state. There were connections and survivor accounts that pointed in his direction, but unfortunately not enough evidence to bring murder charges. So instead, the initial proceedings focused on what they could prove: the assaults he had confessed to. Survivor testimonies, combined with physical evidence like matching tire tracks and hammer impressions, helped build a case that could no longer be dismissed as coincidence. Carrigan's defence leaned heavily on insanity, which is absurd. Psychopaths tend to be perfectly sane. But anyway, Harv's defence team shifted tactics, pointing to his troubled childhood, his erratic behaviour, and his claims of hearing voices. None of this washed with the jury, of course. Psychiatric evaluations, along with witness accounts, painted an entirely different picture. Not a man out of control or experiencing delusion, but one who was calculating, grossly aware, and chillingly deliberate. The jury rejected the insanity defence, and Carrigan was convicted on multiple assault charges in Washington. However, these charges would run alongside more serious sentences still to come, because the most significant part of this case would unfold in Minnesota. In 1975, Carrigan was extradited there, and in February 1976, he entered a guilty plea to the murder of Catherine Schultz and was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Months later, he was convicted of killing Eileen Hunley and received an additional life sentence. And still the charges continued to stack. 2 years later, he was yet again convicted on multiple counts related to the assault of Jerry Billings and Gwen Burton. On paper, the total added up to more than 150 years in prison. But in reality, under Minnesota law, those sentences were capped and served concurrently, which meant that despite everything, despite the number of victims, the escalation and the years of violence, the system still imposed limits on how long he could be held. To me, that detail matters a lot, because when you look back at Carrigan's life, one pattern stands out more than any other. He was stopped repeatedly, arrested, convicted and released. Each time the warning signs were there. The risk he imposed was visible, and yet the system let him back out into the community to carry on his reign of terror. All in all, Carrigan was convicted of 3 murders and 5 sexual assaults, though investigators believe he killed up to 18 women, ranging from 13 to 57-year-old. In the book, Talking with Serial Killers, the author Christopher Berry D spent 5 years writing to Carrigan and got to interview him face to face in 1995. It's through these exchanges that we get to see just how depraved Carrigan was. In one exchange, he claims that he only murdered to ensure false rape allegations would not occur, which demonstrates an incredible capacity for denial, pure psychopathic behaviour. He even claimed that the women, his victims, were the ones who'd brought up the topic of sex when he offered them a ride. From here, Carrigan goes on to describe an encounter with a 20-year-old nurse that immediately raises red flags, not just because of what happened, but how he interprets it. He describes the encounter as beginning innocently. According to him, he had stopped to help a young woman on the side of the road who was having car trouble. He offered to bring her to the nearest gas station, and when she got into his vehicle, he presents it as something casual, almost cooperative. They talked as he drove, and in his version of events, nothing about the situation felt unusual. But slowly, the mood and tone begins to shift. He drove her away from populated areas under the pretext of collecting tools, then diverted further into isolated locations, first stopping, then moving on again when others were nearby, until eventually finding somewhere secluded enough to be alone with her. From here, his account becomes deeply revealing. He describes initiating sexual contact, insisting that she went along with it willingly. Moments where she hesitated or resisted are reframed in his mind as consent. Where there is pressure, he downplays it. Where there is imbalance, he ignores it. In his version, he is not forcing himself onto the woman, he is being accepted. This is a consistent pattern in Carrigan's thinking. He distances himself from the label of rapist, even expressing disgust at the word, while simultaneously describing behaviour that clearly contradicts that denial. Responsibility is subtly shifted onto the victim, suggesting that women want something from him, whether it's money, attention or opportunity. It's a way of justifying predation by reframing it as participation. But the most telling moment comes later. According to his account, the mood changes dramatically when the woman accuses him of taking money from her purse and threatens to report him. In that instant, his mindset flips. He describes an uncontrollable surge of anger, and that's when the violence explodes, beating the woman within an inch of her life. This was an immediate response to being challenged, to losing control of the narrative he had constructed in his own mind. What stands out most about Carrigan isn't just the violence, it's the mindset behind it. This is a man who doesn't simply deny reality, he reshapes it in real time. Coercion becomes consent, resistance is reframed as participation. The victim is no longer someone harmed, but someone who, in his mind, played a role in what happened. And that distortion isn't accidental, it's protective. Because for someone like Carrigan, accepting responsibility would mean confronting something he is fundamentally unequipped to face. That being guilt, shame, and the idea that he is the cause of their harm. Running parallel to his aforementioned psychopathic traits is a deeply ingrained narcissism. One that places him at the very centre of every interaction, where his needs, his desires, his interpretation of events take priority over objective reality. In that framework, other people don't exist as individuals with agency. They exist as extensions of his environment, to be used, manipulated, and then discarded like dross. Now let's score Harvey Lewis Carrigan on our depravity index. If you are new to the channel, let me give you a quick rundown of what this is. The depravity index is a way of measuring how depraved a criminal really is. It scores offenders across 5 key areas: intent, victim vulnerability, scale of harm, cruelty and remorse. Each category is rated from 1 to 5, and in some cases, an escalation multiplier is added if the violence is repeated or develops over time. The higher the score, the more depraved their actions are considered. So let's begin. Starting with intent, Carrigan receives the max score of 5. This wasn't reactive violence or a moment of passion. It was structured, repeated, and refined over time. Carrigan often used false job advertisements to lure his victims in, which is incredibly devious. The selection of isolated locations, the weapon of choice, all of it points to planning, and more importantly, repetition. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he kept doing it. When we look at victim vulnerability, he also receives the max score of 5. Carrigan deliberately targeted those least able to protect themselves: young girls, hitchhikers, women seeking work. These weren't random encounters, they were calculated selections. He created scenarios where his victims would willingly enter his environment, believing they were safe, only to find themselves completely at his mercy. That level of manipulation, combined with the age and circumstances of many victims, places him at the highest end of the scale. In terms of scale of harm, he receives another max score of 5. He was convicted on multiple murders and assaults, but investigators believe the true number of victims may be significantly higher. This wasn't a single event. It was a sustained pattern of violence spanning years across multiple states, with victims ranging widely in age. The harm here is not just individual, it's cumulative. When we examine cruelty, he again receives a score of 5. The violence was extreme, excessive, and often prolonged. Victims were not simply killed, they were beaten, bludgeoned, tortured, sexually assaulted, and left in ways that suggest a complete disregard for human suffering. The repeated use of a hammer, the nature of the injuries, and the escalation over time all point toward a level of brutality that goes far beyond what is necessary to cause death. This isn't just violence, it's pure depravity. Finally, we look at remorse, and here he receives yet another 5. Because what stands out most in Carrigan's case is not just what he did, but how he explained it and justified it. Although he confessed, he consistently reframed his actions, denied responsibility, and shifted blame onto his victims. In his version of reality, the women deserved it and the violence was justified. There is no meaningful acknowledgement of the harm he caused, no empathy, no accountability, just a warped distortion. Now, when we look at the escalation multiplier, he receives an additional score of 2. Carrigan didn't just escalate in frequency, but in confidence. He left a trail of victims in his wake. Each arrest, release, and missed opportunity by the system reinforced the idea that he could get away with it, and he did for many years. This brings Harv the Hammer to a total score of 27, placing him deep within layer 5 of the depravity iceberg, Divide. A psychopath who lured his victims in on the promise of a job offer, before unleashing his rage with a hammer. What makes him so dangerous isn't that he didn't understand right from wrong, but that he rewrote it completely so it no longer applied to him. On a grey August evening in 2012, after being discharged from a psychiatric hospital, Elaine O'Hara walked alone toward a shoreline just south of Dublin. She had left everything behind in her apartment, her handbag, purse, even her iPhone. The only thing she carried was a set of instructions issued by a man who was waiting close by. He had told her exactly where to go, what to do, and how turned on he was at the prospect of sinking a knife into her stomach. As she stood at the edge of that shore, waiting for him to arrive, she knew something had changed, that the rules of their relationship were no longer the same. The punishments were getting worse, and this time she feared he might actually kill her. His name was Graham Dwyer, and what happened on that evening would shock Ireland to its core. Graham Dwyer was born on September 13, 1972, in Bandon, County Cork. He grew up in a middle-class home with his parents and 3 siblings, and was described by some as a gentleman. He was well liked in school, social and seemingly grounded. He spent time in the Boy Scouts, worked weekends on a chicken farm, and developed a love for music, playing bass in a band with his friends called Strange Ways. By all outward appearances, his early life gave little indication of what was to come, but that began to change in the 1990s. In 1991, Dwyer moved to Dublin to study architecture. That same year, at a music festival, he met Emer O'Shea. They began a relationship, and within a year, Emer was pregnant, giving birth to their son in October 1992. It was around this time that the first cracks began to appear in Dwyer's mask. Emer later described how Dwyer spoke casually about fantasies of stabbing women during sex. But over time, it became clear that this wasn't fleeting or hypothetical. Soon after, he began bringing a knife into the bedroom, pretending to stab her as a way of heightening his arousal. For Dwyer, it added a darker edge to their relationship, a sense of control, of proximity to violence. Despite having a child together, that relationship didn't last, but the fantasy did. By the late 1990s, Dwyer had entered another relationship, this time with Gemma Healy, a fellow architecture student and the daughter of a well-respected surgeon. To those around them, the attractive couple seemed well matched and likeable, and in 2002 they married in Sligo Cathedral, surrounded by family and friends. By then, Dwyer had secured a position with a prominent architecture firm in Dublin, and the trajectory of his life appeared firmly set. In the years that followed, Dwyer and Emer built a successful suburban life. They moved into Foxrock, one of Dublin's more affluent areas, raised their children, and established themselves within a professional middle-class world. Dwyer, in particular, fit neatly into that environment. He drove a Porsche and even appeared in the RTE show Beyond the Hall Door, where he designed a bathroom for the television series. On the surface, Dwyer appeared to be living the dream, but beneath that carefully maintained image, something else was taking shape. Because like many of the cases we cover on this channel, the person's true character often lies festering beneath the surface. Dwyer lived in a private world shaped by fantasy, secrecy and violence. By 2007, he began spending time on fetish forums, including a site called alt.com, an online space built around BDSM, power exchange and anonymity. He went by the username Architect72 and used the platform as a hunting ground for what he called submissives. It was through this hidden world that Dwyer met Aileen O'Hara. Born in 1976, she grew up in Killiney, South Dublin, in a warm and supportive home. Her teenage years were marked by intense bullying and social isolation, experiences that seemed to negatively affect her sense of self-worth. At the age of 16, she began struggling with her mental health and was diagnosed with depression and borderline personality disorder. By the time she reached adulthood, she frequently engaged in self-harm and had ongoing thoughts of self-deletion. This was made worse after the sudden passing of her mother in 2002, and in the years that followed, her struggles intensified, periods of stability interrupted by relapses, hospital admissions, and the ongoing feeling of loneliness. Despite these struggles, Elaine was described as open, trusting, and as someone who always wanted to see the good in people, even if it wasn't there. She tried to build a stable life for herself. She worked part-time jobs in childcare and retail, and was studying to become a Montessori teacher. There was always a sense that she was trying to move forward, trying to create something stable, even as things pulled her back. But underlying it all was a deep need for connection and acceptance, for someone to accept her for how she was, and that need made her vulnerable. In 2007, Elaine turned to the internet for connection. She signed up for alt.com under the username Help Me Learn, entering a world built around anonymity, power dynamics, and alternative relationships. For Elaine, it wasn't just curiosity alone. Traditional dating had not worked for her, and so perhaps this was a final attempt to find belonging, a space where she could be accepted without judgment, where her desires, insecurities, and identity could exist without the weight of her past. But spaces like that don't just attract people looking for genuine connection, they often attract people looking solely for control. At some point in 2007, Elaine viewed Dwyer's profile, Architect72, on alt.com. There's no record of who sent the first message, but what we do know is that soon after their initial exchanges, they met in person. From the outset, this dynamic was off-kilter. Dwyer positioned himself as her master, while Elaine became his slave. Now, before we go any further, it's important to pause here and delve deeper into the world in which they met. Sites like alt.com operate as online communities for people interested in BDSM, an umbrella term that covers bondage, discipline, dominance, submission, and sadomasochism. At its core, the BDSM world is built around structure and consent. Participants take on roles, dominant or submissive, but those roles are typically negotiated in advance. Boundaries are discussed, limits are set, and most importantly, there are safeguards in place, mutual agreements, and an understanding that either person can stop at any time. Elaine and Dwyer's relationship may have started out with these safeguards, but over time there is a complete departure from that structure. Through thousands of text messages later recovered, we get a glimpse into their secretive relationship. When they met, Dwyer often tied Elaine up in bondage and acted out his fantasies. However, his desires were not static. They were evolving, intensifying, and growing far darker. He spoke about stabbing and about watching the life leave her body. In one message, Dwyer writes, "I am a sadist. I enjoy others' pain. You should help me inflict pain on you." Elaine replies, "Yes, sir." By 2008, their meetups were becoming more frequent, but also more disturbing. Dwyer introduced knives into their relationship, with his master persona becoming more domineering and sadistic. Recordings later found on his laptop show him stabbing Elaine during sex, with the blade breaking her skin. After this incident in particular, Elaine seems to have got spooked by the true nature of Dwyer's fantasies. The punishments were becoming a little too real. She was being cut and bruised and restrained in ways that were extreme even for BDSM. Between 2009 and 2011, their contact dwindled, and it seemed that Elaine might have escaped the clutches of his dark fantasies. Around this time, Dwyer's personal life began to unravel. The 2008 housing crash hit his family hard. His wife lost her job, and within his own firm, a series of enforced pay cuts reduced his income by nearly half over the following years. The value of their home collapsed while they lived under the spectre of mounting debt. Those who knew him around this time also began to notice a shift in his behaviour. He was said to gravitate towards women who were overweight or struggled with low self-esteem, women Dwyer regarded as easy prey. This suggests that Dwyer was not simply drawn to vulnerability. He was publicly scanning for it, recognising it, and trying to exploit it. And there was one person he already understood better than most. Dwyer always found a way to bring Elaine back into his orbit, through promises, manipulation, and the illusion that her suffering meant she was valued, that she mattered. By early 2011, he re-entered her life, introducing another layer of control. He purchased burner phones for them to communicate secretly, outside the boundaries of their normal lives. It also raises the possibility that he was already planning her murder, and that a burner phone might be harder to trace back to him. Anyways, through these secretive channels, Dwyer's tone grows darker and more direct, revealing a deepening fixation on knives and violence. In March 2011, he tells Elaine plainly, "It will be all worth it when I kill you." What strikes me here is that there was no attempt to soften his ultimate intentions or frame it as role play. That dark urge inside him had floated fully to the surface. Now at times, Elaine pushed back, small moments where her sense of self broke through. In one message, she reminded him, "I am a person of dignity." His reply was immediate, "Not when you're chained up." It's in exchanges like these where the true nature of the relationship becomes clear. This wasn't just about domination, it was erosion, a gradual stripping away of identity, boundaries, and self-worth. By April, that erosion was accelerating. He messages Elaine saying, "Still dying to knife someone, worried I might do it." A second message follows soon after. "Can't wait that long to sink my knife into flesh and see blood pour. Will you help?" Elaine initially said no, then later, "Yes, maybe." A week later, Dwyer's requests were starting to spiral out of control. He sent another message saying, "Promise I can kill you by stabbing." He then went on to mention a stabbing that occurred in Dublin around the same time, saying, "It must have been a fantastic feeling for him." This time Elaine responded with disgust. "You are sick, very sick." His reply cut through any remaining ambiguity. "I'm going to do it. You have to help me or it will be you." By mid-April 2011, the physical reality of the relationship begins to surface through their correspondence. Elaine complained to him that the restraint used in their last encounter had left bruises on her body and warned that more pain might undo her recovery. This didn't seem to bother Dwyer, however. He began suggesting other ways he could arouse himself, mentioning needles and scalpels, saying, "Just figure out a way I can hurt you by sticking something sharp in you." Then more specifically, a thin black knife in the belly. Elaine resisted, telling him she couldn't take that level of pain, and so he pressed again, asking, "So I can stab you in the belly?" Worn down by his persistence, Elaine agreed, but with limits. Only one cut and a thin blade so she doesn't get big scars. Even then it wasn't enough for Dwyer. He responded saying, "I want to give you a satisfying stabbing. I can't if I can't leave marks." The next day, Elaine apologizes for being a disgrace. He accepts it, but says, "I was looking forward, but you ruined it." What this suggests is that Elaine was struggling to follow through on Dwyer's dark demands. There were limits she couldn't cross, lines she still recognized as too far. Even though Elaine was vulnerable, there comes a point where it's clear that she had had enough of being treated this way. Her tone becomes more hesitant and guarded, saying, "Sir, I don't want to see you again if you are going to cut me." Dwyer senses her withdrawal, and instead of escalating through threats, he adjusts his language, enticing her with a message saying, "Okay, a life for a life." Now this text has a very specific meaning. From court documents we know that Dwyer was suggesting if Elaine helped him find someone to kill, he would give her what she always wanted, a child. For Elaine, that promise taps into something deeply emotional, and you can see the conflict inside her. She replies, "Do you mean it, sir?" Dwyer's response is chilling. "Yes, it's your reward for helping me stab a girl to death." Throughout 2012, Dwyer's pressure intensifies. The requests become more direct and insistent. He pushes her to identify potential victims, to participate, and to cross that line with him. And all of this is happening as Elaine's own mental state continues to deteriorate. In July 2012, just weeks before she would disappear, she was admitted once again into psychiatric care. For a brief period, she was out of his reach, even though his messages continued to flood her burner phone. "If you were any good, you would help me find her. Hold her down while I kill her." Most messages went unanswered, but on Monday, August 20th, 2 days before her discharge day, Dwyer texted Elaine saying, "Morning slave, looking forward to seeing you Wednesday." Elaine replied, "I'm not being stabbed," a defiant refusal after years of pressure. But Dwyer pushed, as he'd always done, saying, "I must see blood." On the morning of August 22nd, 2012, Elaine was discharged from psychiatric care. By early afternoon, she had returned to her apartment, where she made a series of quite deliberate choices, leaving behind her handbag and her iPhone, things she never usually went without. In messages to her burner phone, Dwyer told her that they needed to meet that evening and that she would be punished for depriving him access to her while she was in care. He was particularly angry that she had attempted to self-delete without his explicit involvement. Elaine drove to Shangana Cemetery, where her mother was buried. Following Dwyer's instructions, she parked her car and crossed the railway bridge towards the cliffs, then walked down the steps towards the sea. The final message she received on her burner phone instructed her to go down to the shore and wait. Elaine O'Hara was never seen alive again. At first, nothing seemed immediately wrong. Elaine lived independently and her routines were her own to keep. However, she had booked time off to volunteer at the Tall Ships Race, a maritime festival that was running in Dublin city centre between Thursday and Sunday that week. She seemed excited about the prospect of this event and had arranged a lift into the city centre for the first day of the race. Thursday morning passed and there was no sign of Elaine. She missed her pre-arranged lift and was also a no-show at the festival. Her father jokingly texted her that evening, asking, "Are you alive?" By Friday morning, he was sick with worry. He knew that it was completely out of character for Elaine to be out of contact for this long, and so he contacted authorities to report her missing. The Gardaí, the Irish police force, found Elaine's car abandoned outside Shangana Cemetery and canvassed for witnesses. One man confirmed that he had seen a woman matching Elaine's description crying loudly over a gravestone on the day she'd gone missing. Given Elaine's history with depression and the location of her car, investigators believed that she had followed through with an act of self-deletion by jumping from the nearby cliffs. And for months, that's where this case remained, until more than a year later, when something surfaced from underwater and the story changed dramatically. In September 2013, a group of anglers fishing near Vartree Reservoir in County Wicklow made an unusual discovery. That summer had been unusually hot, and the prolonged dry spell had caused water levels to drop, exposing parts of the shoreline that were normally hidden. It was along this newly revealed edge that they noticed a bag sitting partially submerged in the shallows. They pulled the bag from the water, and when they looked inside, the contents felt immediately out of place. There was clothes, restraints, handcuffs and a ball gag. They left the items on a nearby wall before packing up their fishing gear and leaving for the day. But later that evening, one of the anglers couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right about those items. The following day he returned to the reservoir, collected them and brought them to the local Garda station. Officers shared the angler's concern, and days later, on September 16th, Gardaí returned to the reservoir for a more thorough search. Wading into the shallow water, they began recovering further items one by one: a rusted knife, a leather mask, additional restraints, an inhaler, and a set of keys. Now, attached to those keys was a supermarket loyalty card, a small detail, but one that would prove critical as it was traced back to Elaine O'Hara. Subsequent searches by the Garda Water Unit uncovered even more items: a rucksack and 2 Nokia mobile phones. At the same time, miles away in the foothills of the Dublin Mountains, another discovery was unfolding. A professional dog trainer had noticed something unusual in the weeks prior. One of her dogs had begun disappearing into the woods, returning each time with a bone in its mouth. At first, she assumed it was animal remains, but on September 13th, curiosity led her to follow. What she found scattered across the forest floor were bones, fragments of clothing, and the unmistakable outline of a human rib cage. Nearby, a jawbone lay partially exposed also. She called authorities immediately, and the area was sealed off for forensic examination. Dental records would later confirm that those remains belonged to Elaine O'Hara. What had once been treated as a missing person case was now undeniably a homicide investigation. In the months after Elaine disappeared, her apartment remained untouched, even as repossession proceedings began. In September 2013, Garda searched her property, seizing a laptop and mobile devices. On her laptop, they found thousands of text messages that had been backed up from her phone. They also uncovered blood traces and knife marks on her bedding. Meanwhile, the burner phones recovered from the reservoir each contained a single contact: master and slave. When investigators cross-referenced these devices with Aileen's data, it became clear that they had been used exclusively by her and her partner within this hidden relationship. It didn't take long for forensic analysts to find a break. Within the messages, details began to surface, small fragments of identity that pointed in one direction, toward a Dublin-based architect. Graham Dwyer was now a key suspect. Gardaí began building their case around Dwyer through a combination of surveillance, background checks, and detailed analysis of phone data. Piece by piece, they began aligning the digital evidence with real-world movements, dates, locations, and events from his personal life that matched the activity of the master burner phone. On the day Elaine disappeared, geolocation data showed Dwyer switched off his work phone near his office at around 5 p.m. It remained off for 4 hours before reconnecting to the network just after 9 p.m. once he had returned home. Those 4 hours were unaccounted for, and they aligned precisely with Elaine's final known movements. Further analysis deepened the link. By triangulating cell tower data, investigators found that Dwyer's work phone and the burner phone repeatedly appeared in the same locations at the same times. On multiple dates in July 2012, both devices moved in sync, passing through the same towers within minutes of each other. On one occasion, his car was recorded at a toll booth at the exact same time both phones were registered nearby. 5 weeks after Elaine's remains were recovered, Gardaí moved in. A dawn raid was carried out on Dwyer's home in Foxrock, and he was brought in for questioning. At first, he denied even knowing Elaine, but that position didn't hold for long. When investigators presented him with a text message sent from his own work phone to Elaine, his story shifted. Now he admitted that he knew her, but denied any involvement in her murder. Gardaí continued to tighten the net. A re-examination of Elaine's apartment revealed Dwyer's DNA on her mattress. Also, if you remember the laptop I mentioned earlier, when investigators recovered that from Dwyer's home, they found 30 videos showing him engaging in sexual acts with Elaine and several other women, in some cases appearing to stab them. At this point, Dwyer was charged with Elaine's murder, though he vehemently maintained his innocence. Dwyer's trial in 2015 gripped Ireland. From the outset, there was a problem at the heart of the case. There was no clear cause of death. Elaine's remains had been exposed to the elements for too long. There was no single definitive piece of forensic evidence that could explain exactly how she died. So the prosecution built something else, not a timeline, but a psychological map. They turned to the one place where Dwyer had been most honest, his own words. Thousands of text messages were presented in court, charting the evolution of his thinking. What they revealed was not just fantasy, but clear signs of intent. The defence argued that the messages were nothing more than role play, consensual exchanges within a BDSM dynamic. But when the jury looked at the full picture, they saw a steady transition from imagination to preparation, and from preparation into action. They saw a man who had crossed that line. After a short deliberation, the jury returned a unanimous verdict. Graham Dwyer was found guilty of Elaine O'Hara's murder, and on April 20th, 2015, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Now, it's almost surreal to think that Dwyer may have well gotten away with this if it wasn't for something as random as the weather. As previously mentioned, that summer had been unusually hot. The prolonged dry spell caused water levels at Vartree Reservoir to drop lower than normal, exposing parts of the shoreline that were typically hidden. And it was in that narrow window the bag containing crucial evidence was revealed. Without that discovery, there's a very real possibility Elaine O'Hara's death would have remained what it was first believed to be, an unexplained disappearance, quietly filed away and eventually forgotten. This is a case that quite literally only came to light because the water dropped, and in many ways it merged Dwyer himself, because beneath a calm, ordinary surface, something far darker had been hidden all along, just waiting for the moment it would finally be exposed. Now, let's score Graham Dwyer on our depravity index. If you are new to this channel, let me give you a quick rundown of what this is. The depravity index is a way of measuring how depraved a crime really is. It scores offenders across 5 key areas, including intent, victim vulnerability, scale of harm, cruelty, and remorse. Each category is rated from 1 to 5, and in some cases, an escalation multiplier is added if the violence is repeated or develops over time. The higher the score, the more depraved their actions are considered. Now, I also want to address some heat I've received for being quite strict with giving out scores of 5. This is mainly because once you hit that ceiling, there is nowhere else to go. In my head, a score of 5 is reserved for the absolute extreme outliers. People whose actions and mindsets sit at the very far edge even among killers. Someone like the Nazi guard Otto Moll, for example, who would take babies from their mothers and toss them into bonfires. So much so that reports document lakes of burning corpse fat stretching across the landscape. That is a different level of depravity. So even in cases that are clearly horrific, I sometimes hold just short of 5 to leave room for the upper extreme, if that makes sense. Anyway, now let's begin our analysis. Starting with intent, Dwyer receives the highest score of 5. This was not a spontaneous act. The evidence shows a clear progression from ideation to action. Thoughts that were explored, reinforced, and ultimately carried out. The messages exchanged in the months leading up to the murder demonstrate that this wasn't just imagined violence. It was something he had begun to shape in his mind, revisiting and refining it until it became real. That level of psychological commitment to the act places him at the highest end of the scale. Next, we look at victim vulnerability, where he receives a score of 4. Elaine O'Hara was not randomly selected. She was someone Dwyer had built a relationship with, someone who was navigating her own personal struggles. That combination, trust and vulnerability, created an environment where he held the upper hand. He didn't need to force control. It was gradually established, and by the time they met in isolation, she was in a position where escape or resistance had all but been eroded. In terms of scale of harm, this case involves a single victim, which places him at 1. And while that keeps the numerical score lower in this category, it doesn't diminish the overall depravity of the act. The index is designed to capture not just how many people were harmed, but how and why the harm occurred. When we examine cruelty, Dwyer receives a score of 3.5. We may never truly know what happened to Elaine in her final moments. However, when we look at the build-up, the violence inflicted upon her, the manipulation and the control, all these contributed to the final act. This wasn't just about violence inflicted in a moment. It was violence that had been mentally rehearsed and embedded long before it happened. And finally, we look at remorse, and here Dwyer receives a score of 4. He consistently denied responsibility and showed no genuine remorse or regret. There has been no meaningful acknowledgement of the harm caused to Elaine, her family, and even his own. There is a complete absence of empathy and remorse, placing him toward the upper end of the scale. Since there was a single victim, there is no escalation multiplier. This brings Graham Dwyer to a final score of 18.5, a well-respected architect and family man who concealed a deeply depraved double life. At the core of Dwyer's psychology is one defining trait: control. Not just domination in the traditional sense, but total control of another human being. He didn't just want submission, he wanted erosion, the slow dismantling of another person's identity until they existed only in relation to him. There is also strong indicators of psychopathy within Dwyer's behaviour, not in the exaggerated cinematic sense, but in the clinical traits: a lack of empathy, a capacity for manipulation, an ability to present as normal while concealing a completely different eternal world. I will leave you with a single question. How many more Graham Dwyers are out there, smiling with his family at the dinner table, while feeling secretly aroused at the steak knife in his hand? In May 2025, a set of wedding photos began circulating online in India. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about them. A newly married couple stood side by side in bright ceremonial dress, smiling for the camera as relatives gathered around them. It was a similar scene captured at thousands of Indian weddings that year, full of colour, smiles, and the sense that something new was beginning. The couple were 29-year-old Raja Raghavanshi and his new wife Sonam Singh. Months earlier, their names had been entered into a matrimonial directory used within their community, a system where families submit the details of eligible sons and daughters in the hope of finding a suitable match. So with this marriage, there had been no long courtship, no dramatic love story, just two families who believed the match made sense on paper. Meetings were arranged, conversations took place, and a marriage was arranged by the parents. This matchmaking process wasn't unusual. Arranged marriages are still the norm in India, with around 90% of all marriages in the country following this path. Raja came from a respected transport family in Indore and had recently taken on greater responsibility in the family business. Sonam, meanwhile, had grown up in a strict household, shaped by routine and the demands of her father's business. She was ambitious, interested in studying an MBA, and keen to build a life of her own within the limits set by her parents. When both families pried over the details of their son and daughter, it all seemed compatible. To the families, this was a good match, the kind that required no further explanation. The wedding went off without a hitch, and just a few days after, the newlyweds left Indore for their honeymoon. Their destination was Meghalaya in northeastern India, a region known for its mist-covered hills, steep valleys, and dense, rain-soaked forests. For honeymooners, it offered distance, scenery, and the feeling of being far removed from ordinary city life. The couple arrived in Shillong on May 21st and checked into a guest house. The following day, they rented a scooter, made a few preparations, and set off towards Sora, better known to many as Karapunji, a high-altitude town with breathtaking views and valleys. From there, the couple continued towards Maulakiet, a village that serves as the gateway to one of the region's most famous trekking routes. Beyond that point, vehicles can go no further. Visitors typically leave their transport behind and continue on foot, descending into the valley along stone stairways and narrow forested paths. Along that route lies Nongriat, a small village known for its living root bridges and lush, difficult terrain. Here, Raja and Sonam hired a trail guide and began to trek down. That evening, they arrived at a local homestay and stayed for the night, settling into the rhythm of married life. To everyone around them, this seemed normal, just another couple passing through the hills, tired from the descent and preparing for the next day's trek. Early the following morning, they set out again, heading deeper into the area toward the famous double-decker Living Root Bridge. By around midday, Raja and Sonam were seen walking with 3 men. As they continued deeper into the forest, the men struck up conversation with Raja. Slowly, almost naturally, they began walking closer to him, then slightly ahead, while Sonam fell behind. At approximately 12:30 p.m, Sonam phoned Raja's mother, Uma. During the call, she mentioned that the trek had been exhausting and more difficult than expected. Uma also spoke briefly to Raja. To her, nothing seemed amiss. Nothing in her son or daughter-in-law's voice suggested distress. Nothing in the exchange hinted that, within a short period of time, Raja would be dead. Because sometime after that call, the group continued toward Wei Sundong viewpoint, an area where the paths narrow and the terrain becomes more unforgiving. Dense vegetation presses in around the trail, and in places, the drop beside it is steep enough that one misstep could be fatal. It was here that Raja was attacked from behind. Investigators allege that the 3 men struck him with machete-like weapons, eventually delivering a fatal blow. Raja's body was then dragged towards the edge of a rocky ridge and pushed into the gorge below. What happens next is chilling. Only moments after her husband had been slain and thrown into a gorge, Sonam shared a social media post from Raja's phone. In English, the phrase roughly means "together for 7 lifetimes." In Indian culture, it is a line associated with marriage, loyalty, and enduring union. A wedding phrase, a promise of fate. But after what had just happened, it appears a chilling glimpse into Sonam's mind and raises a difficult question. Why did she post it at all? Well, one possibility is that she was taking pride in what had just happened, what she had arranged. Another possibility is more practical. That message was meant to mislead investigators, to create the appearance that everything was normal, that the couple was still together, still moving forward as expected. But as for the true intentions, we may never truly know. What we do know is that soon after, both Raja and Sonam's phones went dark. At first, the silence didn't seem immediately alarming. Meghalaya's hill regions are known for patchy signal, and tourists often lose contact for hours at a time when trekking through remote areas. But as the day passed and neither of them could be reached, grave concern began to grow with their families back home. By the evening of May 23rd, the couple were reported missing to local police. Search efforts began quickly. Police, local volunteers and tour guides retraced the route through Shillong, Shora and the steep paths leading down toward Nongriat. In the beginning, the working assumption was that some kind of accident had occurred. The terrain was dangerous. Tourists had slipped before, so investigators spread further into the surrounding hills and forested drops. Days passed, however, with no trace of either Raja or Sonam. That was until June 2nd, when the case took a dark turn. A drone searching a deep gorge detected what appeared to be human remains below the tree cover. When rescue teams descended to the valley floor, they found a decomposing body. Raja's family later identified him by the tattoo on his hand. The wound to the back of his head made one thing immediately clear. This had not been a hiking accident, it was murder. And yet, even then, the case remained uncertain in one major respect. Sonam was still missing. At this stage, the working theory was that she was perhaps another victim or a survivor who had somehow fled the scene. Investigators now had a dead husband at the bottom of a gorge, but no wife. No clear suspect in custody, and only fragments of a final timeline. Due to the mysterious nature of what had happened, the case became national news, with hundreds of thousands of people turning to social media to help grow awareness to the case, share their thoughts and suspicions alike. This surge in awareness jogged the memory of tourists who were on the same trail the day Raja had been murdered. CCTV footage was reviewed, phone activity was traced, and slowly the image of a honeymoon gone wrong began giving way to something darker and far more deliberate. The first major breakthrough came on June 9th, more than 2 weeks after the couple had vanished. Sonam was found alive, not in the forests of Meghalaya, but thousands of kilometres away in Uttar Pradesh. She was in the company of another man, and from there the case changed rapidly. Police allege that the 3 men seen on the trail had not been random hikers at all, but hired killers. In the days that followed, multiple arrests were made across different states in India. Investigators pointed to phone records, financial links, witness statements, and the movements of those involved as evidence of planning rather than chance. As investigators built their case, Sonam herself was formally charged as the mastermind in her husband Raja's murder. According to the prosecution's version of events, Sonam had been in a relationship with a man named Raj Kushwaha, an accountant connected to her father's business. That relationship continued in secret even after her marriage to Raja had been arranged. Faced with a union she did not want, investigators believe Sonam and Kushwaha began plotting a way to remove Raja from the picture. Sonam has denied these allegations, of course, and everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Who am I to sit here and judge before the case has undergone judicial rigour? With that said though, the evidence is fairly compelling. Investigators have detailed bank transfers, leaving Sonam's account and being transferred to the hitmen. There are also text messages, and given the relationship with another man, a compelling motive. Now, Sonam's father has defended his daughter publicly, claiming that she could not have been the mastermind in her husband's murder, that she too was attacked along the trail and somehow managed to escape. But that explanation has been met with deep skepticism, both by investigators and Raja's family. To them, too many elements point in the same direction. Sonam's connection with the 3 hitmen on the trail, the social media posts sent from Raja's phone after his death, and the fact that she was later found in the arms of a secret lover. Raja's brother Vipin has since spoken about the case publicly, telling reporters that Sonam appeared happy throughout the wedding celebrations, before quickly arranging a honeymoon to a destination Raja himself had reportedly been reluctant to visit. The case is still making its way through the courts in India, and as with many highly publicised investigations, there are details that will likely continue to be argued over. But even without a final verdict, one part of the story has already lodged itself in the public imagination. Since her arrest, a video and multiple images have surfaced showing Raja and Sonam trekking through a forest trail in Meghalaya just hours before Raja was murdered. YouTuber Devander Singh, who was visiting the popular double-decker route bridge at the time, inadvertently captured the couple in one of his travel videos. Singh, who shared the clip days later after reviewing his footage, described it as the last known video of the couple, where Raja is following Sonam through the dense jungle. There is nothing obviously strange about the video or the images, but if the allegations are true, in these images you're looking at a husband following his wife toward his own murder, unaware that a team of hitmen are stalking close behind. Let me know what you think in the comments. Thailand consistently ranks among the most visited countries in the world. Each year, millions of tourists travel there, drawn by its sandy coastline, its warm climate, and cities that stay lit long after dark. It's a place people associate with fun and escape, But on Saturday, November 25th, 2023, that image was briefly interrupted, not in a crowded tourist area, but at a small wedding ceremony held in a village in the Wang Ni Kwai district. The day began with Buddhist monks chanting, blessing the couple and consecrating holy water. From there, the groom made his way to the bride's house, carrying gifts and passing through a series of symbolic gates. At one point, even performing push-ups to impress his eagerly waiting bride. He presented gifts to her mother before the main ceremony began, with elders and other guests taking turns pouring holy water from a conch shell over the couple's giant hands. By the time the formalities ended, the atmosphere had shifted into celebration. The reception was held at a house in the village, filled with close friends, family and members of the local community. Food was laid out across long tables, music played in the background, and guests moved between relaxed conversations as the night went on. At the centre of it all were the newlyweds. The groom, Chaturong Suk Suk, was a 29-year-old former Thai soldier and para-athlete. He had overcome immense hardship in his life. After losing his leg in a train accident, he had rebuilt himself through sport, going on to represent Thailand at the 2022 Asian Para Games in Indonesia, where he won a silver medal in swimming. To those who knew him, he was disciplined, quiet and well respected. Despite everything he had been through, he had found love in 44-year-old Kanchara Pakunchuk. She worked as a local health volunteer, often organising medical checkups for the elderly. Although there was a 15-year age gap, the couple appeared very much in love. They had been together for over 3 years and lived locally. From the outside, there was nothing about the relationship that raised any red flags. But as the evening wore on and alcohol began to flow more freely, the groom began to appear intoxicated. At first, it didn't really stand out. Weddings often go that way. But at some point during the reception, something in his behaviour shifted. Suk Suk got into an argument with his wife. Guests nearby turned as the exchange grew more intense. He was visibly agitated, struggling to control himself as the argument escalated. No one knew what set Suk Suk off, and at that moment it didn't really seem like the incident would define the night. The music continued to play, conversations picked back up, and the argument faded into the background once again. But Suk Suk couldn't let sleeping dogs lie. He sat quietly sulking afterwards, breathing heavily, muttering under his breath. Then, close to midnight, he stood up abruptly and walked out of the reception to his car. No one followed after him. No one thought they needed to. It wasn't unusual for the bride or groom to step away during a long night of drinking and celebration, especially after an argument. But when Suk Suk returned, something had dramatically changed within him. He was holding a pistol, and without warning, he opened fire on the reception. The first person he shot and killed was his wife. Then he turned the gun on her 64-year-old mother. Kanchara's stunned sister was shot and killed next, and then another guest who was standing nearby. Panic soon erupted. Guests screamed and ran for exits. Others dropped to the ground, trying to shield themselves from bullets. By the time the gun smoke settled, 4 people were dead and several others were injured. And then, almost as quickly as it began, Suk Suk turned the gun on himself and pulled the trigger. When emergency services arrived, the scene they walked into was no longer a wedding, but a bloodbath. 5 bodies lay lifeless on the ground, surrounded by spent 9mm casings. In the hours that followed, investigators began trying to piece together what had led up to the attack. Witnesses spoke about the drinking, the atmosphere, and the argument earlier in the night. Some believed jealousy had played a role, that Suk Suk had taken issue with the way his bride interacted with other male guests. Others suggested that it ran much deeper. that the attack was tied to how Suk Suk saw himself and his disability, an insecurity that existed long before the wedding day. There were suggestions that he feared Conchara might leave him for a more able-bodied man. Despite these accounts, the true motive remains unclear. The firearm had been purchased years prior, with Suk Suk showing no past history of violence. The massacre, quite literally, seems to have erupted out of nowhere and sent shockwaves through the Thai community. News outlets across the country covered the story extensively, with many questioning how such a tragedy could happen on a day of sacred celebration. The Ministry of Social Development and Human Security issued a statement urging families to seek help when facing emotional or psychological distress. Some blamed Suk Suk's actions on alcohol. Others argued that he concealed murderous intentions for years. Online, the reactions were mixed. Many expressed sympathy for the victims, while others mourned the downfall of someone once celebrated as a hero. Now, when you place these two images side by side, the contrast is difficult to ignore. In one, a groom stands beside his doting bride, calm, composed, his hand resting in hers as part of a ceremony built around trust and permanence. And then, only hours later, that same setting becomes a bloodbath. It's not just the violence that unsettles people, it's the suddenness of it. There was no long lead up, no moment where people realised what was coming. Just Suk Suk's brief absence and then a return that changed everything. In July 2022, Bradley Dawson and his wife, Christy Chen, travelled from the United States to Fiji for their honeymoon. The two had met in November 2021, bonding over a shared love of long-distance running. At the time, Bradley was still in the process of finalising a divorce from a previous marriage. When that was completed in January 2022, they didn't wait around long, with the couple tying the knot a few weeks later at a small ceremony in Memphis. Christy was 36 years old at the time. An only child, she was known for her work ethic, but more than that, for the way she treated people. Friends described her as kind, thoughtful, and quietly funny. Someone who made an effort to include everyone around her, no matter the situation. She worked as a pharmacist, and by all accounts had built a stable, independent life for herself. Bradley was 2 years older. He had worked in IT for a non-profit organisation that supported children dealing with emotional and behavioural challenges, and was said to be a fairly down-to-earth guy. But not everyone saw him that way. A former college roommate later described him as a sort of Jekyll and Hyde type, someone who could become mean and cruel when he drank. Despite that dark undercurrent, Brad and Christy's relationship appeared normal on the surface. Although many of Christy's friends hadn't met Brad before their wedding, there was nothing immediately alarming about him or the marriage. It had all moved very fast, sure, but to most, this was evidence of how deeply in love they were with each other. And only a few months after saying I do, the two lovebirds boarded a plane to Fiji, beginning what was supposed to be the first chapter in their life together. Their destination was Turtle Island Resort, an exclusive luxury retreat in Fiji's Yasawa archipelago, the kind of place designed around privacy, breathtaking scenery, Michelin star meals and personal concierge service. Nights at Turtle Island cost a minimum of $2,500, placing it firmly in the realm of a once-in-a-lifetime escape. The resort catered almost entirely to couples, with only a small number of guests allowed on the island at any one time. Each stayed in their own private behaviour, a traditional villa-style hut, spaced far enough apart that you rarely saw anyone else unless you wanted to. If you've seen the movie Blue Lagoon, Turtle Island is actually where it is filmed. Anyways, Brad and Christy arrived at Turtle Island in the early hours of the morning of July 7th, 2022, and were assigned to Bureau 15, situated just a stone's throw from the beach. They got some well-needed sleep and woke up the following morning to the sound of waves licking the shore. They spent time on the beach, had delicious meals prepared for them, and settled into the slow, easy rhythm of the island. That afternoon they were taken out for a private picnic date, returning just before sunset as the light began to fade over the water. Nothing here felt unusual, but that evening something began to change. Bradley and Christy sat together at the resort bar, drinking heavily, throwing back vodka and coconut cocktails. And why not? They were enjoying themselves on their honeymoon. But at some point, a drunken argument flared up between the newlyweds. It wasn't loud enough to cause a big scene, but it was noticeable to staff, who awkwardly smiled at each other and looked the other way. Christy seemed very upset afterwards, while Bradley sat stone-faced, ignoring her. When the bar closed at 11 p.m, they were the last couple to leave. From there, they made their way to a family beach gathering, a casual night where guests, staff and their families sat together, drinking cava and dancing into the early hours. The atmosphere was relaxed. Other guests moved between conversations and the sand, and the argument seemed forgotten, carried off by the warm sea breeze. But at one point, Bradley began dancing inappropriately with another woman, and this, understandably, didn't sit well with Christy. She followed after them across the sand, shouting after Bradley. Their first few days in paradise were turning into a nightmare. A more intense argument flared up, and shortly after midnight, they abruptly left the beach party and headed back toward their bureau. Guests staying nearby reported hearing the couple yelling at each other, and then a loud bang, followed by silence. At around 2 a.m, the security guard on duty that night saw Bradley walking alone toward the beach. When the security guard flashed his torch and asked if he needed anything, Bradley said no, claiming he was just taking a walk before continuing on down toward the shoreline. Now, what happened inside that bureau in the hours between midnight and 2 a.m. would only become clear later on. The next day, Bradley and Christy did not show up for breakfast. They also missed lunch, which was highly unusual. As mentioned, guests paid a minimum of $2,500 a night. This place was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Guests usually didn't miss a second of it. So by afternoon, staff had become concerned and eventually went to check in on them. They entered Bureau 15, and at first everything seemed normal. But soon after, a scream was heard rattling through paradise. Christy's lifeless body was found wedged between the wall and the toilet, bludgeoned to death. There was blood everywhere, and close by, a broken piece of the toilet cistern had blood stains and hair on it. Concern then turned to Bradley. Staff nervously looked around the bureau, half expecting to find his body next. They called out his name, but Bradley was nowhere to be found. By this stage, he had fled the resort in a kayak to a neighbouring island. He had taken his wallet and his passport with him, but conveniently left behind his phone and his smartwatch, devices with GPS tracking capabilities. An extensive search effort ensued, and on Sunday, July 10th, at around 3 p.m, a local man spotted Bradley as he approached a nearby village. He was stumbling, drunk, and barely steady on his feet. Up close, the villager noticed cuts and bruises along his hands and feet. When he tried to speak to Brad, it was difficult to make sense of anything he was saying. The smell of alcohol was so strong and his words were slurred. But there was one thing he kept repeating, over and over again. He needed to call police. Authorities arrived soon after, and Brad was taken into custody. He said that at the beach gathering, the two of them had been drinking heavily before things turned into an argument. He couldn't say what it was about. He was too drunk to remember. According to him, when they returned to the bureau, they began getting ready for bed, and that's when things escalated again. Brad claimed that when he tried to hug Christy, she became angry, questioning whether she wanted to be with him. He then goes on to say she struck him first, though we only have his account to go by. He described the scuffle that moved into the bathroom, and somewhere in that small space, the situation turned violent, and the next thing he remembered was Christy lying on the floor, bleeding from the head. But instead of calling for help, he panicked and fled the island by kayak. However, in the hours that followed, his account began to shift. Once Brad had legal representation, he stopped cooperating with local investigators. He refused to provide a DNA sample, and suddenly he changed his version of events, claiming that when he left, Christy was still alive, and that he had only left because he wanted to give her space. Despite this post-rationalising of events, Brad was charged with his wife's murder. In the years that followed, the case worked its way through Fiji's courts. Brad pleaded not guilty, of course, but prosecutors argued otherwise, and in December 2024, the High Court in Latuka found him guilty of murdering Christy. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. Christy's parents also gave victim impact statements that make the human cost of this case impossible to miss. Her father described her as his only child and his reason for living. Her mother said that no mother should ever have to know that her daughter's life ended at the hands of the very person who had vowed to love and cherish her. Now, when we look at the last photo of Brad and Christy together, taken just hours before Christy was murdered, we get only a sense of a happy couple enjoying their honeymoon. Smiling, affectionate, in a swimming pool with a drink in hand. There's no tension in it, no visible sign of what was about to happen. I guess sometimes we want to believe that there are obvious red flags and that we would be able to spot them, but that is not often the case. And that's what makes it so unsettling. This isn't a photo taken weeks earlier when things could still be explained away. It sits right up against the moment everything changes, which means whatever darkness was there in Brad hadn't yet surfaced. It remained hidden until it didn't. And what you're left with is an image that feels almost deceptive in hindsight, not because it's false, but because it captures a version of reality that was about to completely disappear.
That's why I like sticking to just doing crimes in a video game. Because I'm a bit of a sadistic bastard, I suppose. I need to kill this bitch. I need to take her down.
On the evening of December 18th, 2022, a Northern Irish YouTuber went live to his 40,000 subscribers. He sat in front of a camera wearing a Santa hat, drinking heavily and playing GTA Vice City, selecting a mission called Waste the Wife. Meanwhile, miles away, his young pregnant girlfriend sat alone in her home, watching that very live stream. At some point, neighbours heard screaming coming from her house. They thought nothing of it, until the following day when she was found brutally murdered in her living room. In the weeks that followed, the YouTuber would become the key suspect in his girlfriend's murder, but investigators were left with a question they couldn't answer. How could he have been in two places at once? His name was Stephen McCullough, and this is one of the most disturbing cases you'll come across. Stephen McCullough was born in 1980 in Lisburn, Northern Ireland, a medium-sized city around 9 miles from Belfast. He attended Fort Hill Integrated College before later studying filmmaking. On the surface, he seemed like a fairly ordinary young man drawn to media and online culture, eventually building much of his identity around niche fandoms in gaming, sci-fi and internet commentary. In 2011, McCullough wrote and starred in a short film called Grip, a tense piece centred on a confrontation between a drug dealer and a woman chasing a fix. In it, he plays a volatile, aggressive man with a short fuse. Now, it would be easy to sit here and frame this as some kind of foreshadowing. It isn't. It's a short film. It's a piece of fiction. But what it does offer, when viewed in context of everything that came later, is a glimpse into the mind of McCullough, into the kind of roles he was drawn to, the kind of characters he chose to embody. And sometimes those choices are worth paying attention to. I'll play a clip of that now. Let me know what you think in the comments. Was this a kind of foreshadowing?
He was a dealer she pushed too far.
If I see you out here again, I'll kill you!
Grip.
Janine, what can I do for you at this late hour?
Let me in, Rat. I need something, anything. I know it's late, but...
Yes, it is late. Too late for you. You know my hours of business.
Mom, Rat, for old time's sake?
Sorry, no cash, no hash. Is an old saying. Never steal grandpappy, huh?
Who calls it hot? Seriously, or look at me. I need something to settle me down. What do you say?
You have cash?
No.
And sorry, no hash. We have no further business here. Good night, Janine. Oh, I have no time for your games. Let go of my door.
Oh, fine, we might have no business, but... What about something else? Sure, we can work something out.
Alright, why don't you come in? So, was it good for you too?
Yeah, it was great. You were great.
You know, I never tired of hearing that.
I bet you don't. So, where's the stuff?
Stop? We'll stop.
Okay, the hash then, where is it?
Oh, that! You know, I don't have any. I won't have any until tomorrow night. Looks like you're out of luck, sugar.
You knew why I came here, you knew what I wanted.
Yes, and you know what I wanted. But while you are in a position to offer me what I want, I, however, am in no position to offer you what you want.
Stop messing with me, Ray.
No, I'm not. I'm being very serious. Now you go. Come back tomorrow night. Bring money, and I'll sort you out with whatever it is you need. Deal?
Fine. If you don't give me what I want, then I'm going to the cops.
What's that? Little girl going to rat me out? No. There's easy way to fix this. Very simple thing that I learned long time ago. Little girls can talk. If they're dead.
Janine! If I see you around here again, I'll kill you!
More like Get a Grip. Honestly, I won't play any more of it as it gets so convoluted and confusing. It's hardly an Oscar-winning performance. But anyway, over time, McCullough's interest in media became more than just a hobby. He appeared on Robot Wars in 2017, spent years involved with pop culture site Following the Nerd, and built a YouTube presence under the name Vote Saxon 07, where he discussed games, Doctor Who memorabilia, and other corners of what he described as nerd culture. By the time 2022 rolled around, McCullough had built a YouTube audience of around 40,000 subscribers and was working as a part-time assistant editor at the Belfast Telegraph, working the night shift. To those who knew him, he could be magnetic at times, quick-witted and hard to ignore. But that presence often came with a darker edge. Former colleagues described him as someone who could just as easily become domineering, angry, and even exhausting to be around. One former friend said he always needed to be the centre of attention at all times. There was, according to several people, a noticeable sense of self-importance, an inflated view of who he was and how he should be perceived. One colleague recalled how he would arrive into the Belfast Telegraph offices with a kind of swagger and arrogance that many found difficult to tolerate. Despite this, no one thought him capable of cold-blooded murder. Natalie McNally, on the other hand, was described as a polar opposite to McCullough. She hailed from Lurgan in Northern Ireland and was a doting daughter to Noel and Bernadette, a sister to Declan and Niall, and someone her family described as the heart of their lives. To those who knew her, she was warm and funny, the kind of person who showed up for others without hesitation. Someone who loved her friends, her family, her animals, and the small, ordinary things that make up a life. She worked in marketing and was building a career for herself, independent and driven, but never losing that sense of closeness with the people around her. One colleague described her as someone who would do anything for anyone. Now, in true crime, these are the parts of a life that are often overshadowed by timelines, evidence, and courtroom testimony. But before all of that, there was a vibrant life, a woman who showed up for her friends and family and had dreams and goals just like you and I. Natalie and McCullough met on the dating app Bumble in August 2022. Like many modern relationships, it began casually. Messages moved quickly from Bumble to WhatsApp, where one of McCullough's early texts hinted at a persona he liked to project. "Hey Nat, it's that robot weirdo from Bumble." The message was self-aware, slightly awkward and disarming in a way that made him feel like a harmless goof. Believe me, he was anything but. Anyways, messages soon turned into meetings, and their first date came later that month. They went for drinks, a spot of bowling, and a round of crazy golf. It was light, easy, the kind of date that suggests it might actually go somewhere romantically. And it did. More dates followed, and to those around them, the relationship looked promising. There were no obvious red flags, nothing that suggested the darkness that was coming. But that's often how narcissists show up at the start of relationships. They present a version of themselves, subtly created to showcase the best angles and the most desirable traits. A person, not as they are, but as they want to be seen. By mid-October, the relationship was moving quicker than expected. Natalie sent McCullough a message telling him that she was pregnant. By all accounts, he appeared excited. There was even talk of Natalie planning to sell her home and move in with him. From the outside, it looked like two people stepping into an exciting future together. But beneath the surface, something else was beginning to take shape. At some point, Stephen gained access to Natalie's phone without her knowledge, reading through her messages and seeing conversations with her ex-boyfriend and other men. One of those messages suggested that Natalie was considering breaking up with McCullough in the new year. Now this is where McCullough's psychology shifts from quirky nerd to full-blown narcissist. Because in stable relationships, jealousy tends to surface as conflict. Arguments flare up, there is often some necessary distance. It may be messy, sure, but human and passionate and temporary. However, in narcissistic personalities, jealousy doesn't just threaten the relationship, it threatens their sense of self. It introduces something far more intolerable: humiliation, loss of control, a fracture in the image they have carefully constructed. And when that image is central to how someone understands themselves, the response can be devastating. McCullough didn't ask Natalie about the messages. There was no argument or attempt to make up or break up. Instead, he brooded in silence, letting his jealousy and anger fester in darkness. When we look at McCullough through a narcissistic lens, the earlier descriptions begin to take on a different weight. He was someone who could fill a room, loud and engaging, but also someone who needed to be the centre of it at all times. Someone who struggled when things didn't go his way. Someone for whom perception mattered. That kind of personality doesn't just experience jealousy. They resent it. They often become vengeful, because any blow to the ego challenges the version of reality they believe they are entitled to. And there are earlier signs that this behaviour wasn't new. An ex-partner of McCullough would later allege that after discovering messages she had sent to another man, he became physically violent and even threatened to distribute intimate images of her to her friends and family. That threat points to something deeper than just anger or jealousy. It points to control and the use of humiliation as leverage. Within that pattern, McCullough's mute reaction to Natalie's messages began to take on a darker shape. He wasn't going to let this happen again. He was going to take action. He was going to punish her in the darkest way imaginable. And in the weeks that followed, a dark plan began to form. While Natalie was excited about becoming a mother, McCullough was not only plotting her murder, but also how to get away with it. On the evening of December 18th, 2022, two timelines begin to run side by side. One was public, a 6-hour YouTube live stream showcasing Cullough sitting in front of a screen playing GTA Vice City while drinking heavily. At one point, he tells his audience there is a technical glitch and that he can't see the live chat, suggesting they would simply have to watch and chat amongst themselves. Here are some clips of that stream now.
Because I'm a bit of a sadistic bastard, I suppose. I need to kill this bitch. I need to take her down.
The other timeline was far less public, because earlier that night, McCullough had already set his murderous plan in motion. The live stream had in fact been recorded days before. What appeared to be real-time proof of his presence was nothing more than a performative alibi. And while that stream played out on screen, McCullough left his home in Lisburn and travelled roughly 17 miles towards the Silverwood Green area in Lurgan, where Natalie lived. That night, she logged onto YouTube and unknowingly began watching the very live stream that was being used to conceal her own murder. At around 8:51 p.m, McCullough entered her home. There was no sign of forced entry, which suggests she most likely let him in, perhaps confused at how he could be in two places at once. What followed was a prolonged, violent assault lasting nearly 40 minutes. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but what I will say is that the medical evidence showed multiple injuries, including stab wounds, blunt force trauma, and compression of the neck. There were also defensive wounds, meaning Natalie fought desperately for her life and the life of her unborn baby. Outside, neighbours reported hearing screams between 8:51 and 9:30, after which McCullough quietly slipped out of the house and disappeared into the darkness. There were no witnesses. However, CCTV tracked him moving through Lurgan. At some point, he changed his clothing and discarded evidence in a hedge before spotting a nearby taxi. He convinced the driver that he was the man who booked the fare, but that the destination had changed and he had to go to Lisburn instead. The taxi driver, none the wiser, brought him right to his front gate. And minutes later, McCullough ended the live stream, which was still playing, and deleted the recorded file.
Is there a taxi? Oh God, let there be a fucking taxi. There's a taxi, yay. Get inside the taxi. Do a drive for me, please.
From here, he texts Natalie's phone and his friend Anne to further cement his alibi. And just like that, the illusion was restored. A man at home all night who was live streaming and never left his house. But the reality was something else entirely, because this wasn't an impulsive crime committed in a moment of passion. It was chillingly deliberate and highly planned. The murder didn't begin when McCullough walked into Natalie's house with a knife. In his mind, it began days earlier when he pressed record on the fake live stream. The next day, McCullough posted a 6-minute video to his YouTube channel in which he reviewed the lightsaber tie from Star Wars while wearing a dressing gown, seemingly unencumbered by the act of violence he had committed the night before. Then, later that evening, he travelled to Lurgan, apparently to check in on Natalie, who had not been heard from for almost a full day. Within minutes of arriving at her home, he dialed 999. On the call, he can be heard hysterically sobbing and struggling to get his words out. Over the course of 10 minutes, he told emergency services she's gone and that there was blood everywhere. He attempted CPR and then waited for police, waited for the moment the performance would have to begin again. Because, as is often the case in murder investigations, the partner is the first person police look to, and McCullough was saving his act for the most prying audience. He was arrested at the scene and brought in for questioning, for obvious reasons. He had found her, he was her partner, etc. In custody, he told officers he had spent the entire evening in front of a camera, live streaming, while the attack took place miles away. And in those early days of the investigation, that story held. Typically, in modern cases, digital evidence carries significant weight. If something is recorded, time-stamped and publicly accessible, it is often treated as truth. And McCullough had 6 uninterrupted hours of it. With revenge still dominating his mind, McCullough sneakily pointed police towards Natalie's ex-boyfriend, claiming that he could be the killer. In fairness, it wasn't an outlandish suggestion. After accessing Natalie's phone, detectives were aware that messages had been exchanged and perhaps there was some unresolved emotions. In cases like this, that's often enough to open a line of inquiry. The ex-boyfriend was brought in for questioning, but he too had a strong alibi. He was at home, sat in front of the TV watching the World Cup final. There was even video proof to back up his claim. Both men were ultimately let go, with the police telling McCullough on Christmas Eve that he was no longer viewed as a suspect. In the weeks that followed, McCullough acted out the grieving boyfriend. He messaged Natalie's brothers regularly. He made a tribute video montage that was played at a rally in Natalie's honour. He even went as far as to leave his phone in the McNally home in order to record their private conversations, clearly trying to determine if they were suspicious of him. Over half an hour later, he returned to their home to say he had forgotten his phone. Then on December 31st, he publishes a post on social media which offers a chilling glimpse into his mindset. Let me read it out here now. 2022 was the worst year of my life. You will never know the levels of suffering, loss and cruelty I was subjected to. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I'm not okay, and I don't think I will ever truly be myself again. I've just lost too much. For me, the language here is striking, because while Natalie's family were grieving an unimaginable loss, McCullough positioned himself as the victim, centering his own suffering and highlighting his own narrative. He then ended with a line that, in hindsight, speaks to a chilling level of derangement. It read, "But I'm still here." Honestly, this guy was sick in the head, because when you read it now, it carries a different weight, almost as if he believed he had already gotten away with it. Psychologically, it points towards a disturbing level of grandiosity, and perhaps, most telling, a belief that his version of events would hold, that he would remain untouchable, and for a time he almost was. He put on the mask and performed. Natalie's family even welcomed him into their home on Christmas Day when they were still waking Natalie. They hugged and consoled him while he spent 20 minutes alone with her body. Honestly, only a psychopath could do that. Despite this facade, investigators felt there was something off with McCullough. They re-examined the live stream and noted that it seemed unusual that a glitch prevented him from interacting with the chat. They looked deeper into the system activity, at the small invisible signals that prove a person is actually there. And what they found was nothing. No mouse movement, no keyboard input, no fluctuations, just a 6-hour file playing. When they dug into the metadata, the illusion finally shattered. The live stream hadn't been broadcast in real time at all. It had been recorded days earlier and then deployed on the night of the murder as a digital alibi. In that moment, everything changed, because what had once cleared him now implicated him. From here, the case began to rebuild itself. CCTV footage of the night was re-examined, not as fragments, but as a continuous narrative. It showed a hooded man leaving Lisburn, travelling across towns on public transport, arriving in Lurgan, entering Natalie's home, leaving again, changing clothes, taking a taxi, and then returning home. Suddenly, the gap in McCullough's digital activity no longer looked like a coincidence. It looked far more like premeditation. Perhaps the most chilling details of this case didn't come from the CCTV or metadata. They came from the live stream itself. McCullough titled the stream Violent Night. On screen he appears drunk and visibly angry at times, going off on rambling monologues and using a range of cringy accents.
Hello to all on this glorious Sunday evening. So I just thought, why not? I'm gonna do a live stream.
At one point, he screams at a character, "Die, why won't you die?" while appearing to use Natalie's name in a weird moment. Take a listen.
Yeah, that's physics. That's what would happen in the real world. Abso-fucking-notly. That's why I like sticking to just doing crimes in a video game. Because I'm a bit of a sadistic bastard, I suppose. I need to kill this bitch. I need to take her down.
Minutes later, he took a nature break, during which a poster for the James Bond film No Time to Die briefly came up on screen. He also deliberately selected an optional mission titled Waste the Wife. In the game, the objective is to simply kill a woman and stage it to look like an accident. I mean, sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. But anyway, the prosecution would later argue that this wasn't random, that out of all the possible missions he could have played during those 6 hours, this one had been chosen deliberately. Taking all these strange coincidences together, they seem like Easter eggs, subliminal messages hidden in plain sight. Details that mean nothing to a casual viewer, but hint at something far darker when placed alongside the reality of what happened that night. It's possible that the livestream wasn't just an alibi. It was theatre, performed by a narcissist who craved the stage, who thought he was smarter than everyone else.
I actually think it'll be a really fucking good Christmas this year. But yes, sorry, I'm getting horribly distracted. Yeah, so...
McCullough was arrested again in January 2023. Presented with the evidence, he admitted the live stream had been pre-recorded, but steadfastly denied any involvement in Natalie's murder. He stated that he'd been drinking all day and had passed out by the time the murder occurred. Investigators didn't buy this, of course, and he was ultimately charged with the murder of Natalie. By February 2026, more than 3 years after Natalie was killed, the case finally arrived at Belfast Crown Court. 12 jurors, 6 men and 6 women were sworn in, tasked with untangling the case. From the very beginning, the prosecution framed it as something premeditated, a cool-headed, carefully constructed sequence of events designed to mislead, confuse and ultimately escape justice. Over the course of 5 weeks, the courtroom became a place where 2 competing versions of reality were laid out side by side. Throughout it all, McCullough maintained his innocence, but when the moment came to take the stand, he declined like a coward. In closing, the prosecution returned to the central idea that McCullough had not only committed the murder, but had attempted to script what came after. A false alibi, a redirected investigation, all the performative grief, lie layered upon lie until the truth became buried beneath it. When the jury retired, they needed only 2 hours of deliberation before returning a unanimous guilty verdict. As it was read out, there was little reaction from McCullough, but in the public gallery, the emotional weight of it landed in floods of tears for Natalie's family. It marked the end of a long public ordeal, years of waiting and a truth that had taken time to surface. McCullough was sentenced to life imprisonment, with the minimum term to be set at a later hearing. Now, when we examine the motive, it's difficult to land on a single simple answer. On paper, the court heard that in the months leading up to her death, Natalie had been messaging other men and was considering ending her relationship with McCullough in the new year. We know he had accessed her phone and read those conversations. So this was most likely a case, if I can't have you, no one can. But ultimately, to kill his unborn child is so sick and twisted, and suggests this guy was just an absolute psychopath. From everything I've read, he also appears to be a malignant narcissist. For people with those traits, the issue isn't just that a partner has been unfaithful or is thinking about leaving. It's about what it represents. A loss of control, a blow to the self-image, a kind of humiliation that feels intolerable. It's not just a case of, damn, she's leaving me, but instead, she's choosing someone else over me. And for someone who built their identity around being the centre of things, that kind of threat simply can't be accepted. It has to be corrected, and for McCullough, he chose the most egregious way. Now let's score McCullough on our depravity index. If you're new to the channel, let me give you a quick rundown of what this is. The depravity index is a way of measuring how depraved a crime really is. It scores offenders across 5 key areas: intent, victim vulnerability, scale of harm, cruelty and remorse. Each category is rated from 1 to 5, and in some cases an escalation multiplier is added if the violence is repeated or develops over time. The higher the score, the more depraved their actions are considered. I have a whole video on this linked here if you're interested. But anyway, starting with intent, McCullough receives a score of 4. This was not an impulsive crime of passion. It was grossly premeditated. The pre-recorded live stream, the travel across towns, the disguise, the staging, all of it points to a level of planning that goes far beyond impulse. That level of foresight places him at the higher end of the scale. Next, we look at victim vulnerability, where he receives another 4. Natalie was not just a victim, she was his partner, someone who trusted him, who let him into her home without hesitation. She was also 15 weeks pregnant, which adds another layer of vulnerability, both physical and emotional. This wasn't a random encounter, It was a breach of trust at the most intimate level. In terms of scale of harm, the case involves a single victim, which places him at a score of 1. But as I've said before, scale doesn't always tell the whole story. A single act can still carry enormous psychological weight depending on how and why it's carried out. That said, the score stands at 1. When we examine cruelty, McCullough receives a score of 3. The attack was prolonged, violent and personal. Evidence showed multiple forms of assault over a sustained period, with clear signs that Natalie fought back. However, there is no clear indication of prolonged or ritualised torture, the kind we often see in serial killer cases. The cruelty here is intense, but not systemised. And finally, we look at remorse, where McCullough receives a score of 4. Because what follows after the murder matters just as much in terms of understanding the killer. McCullough didn't just deny responsibility, he performed around it. The live stream, the emergency call, the grieving partner, the tribute videos, even embedding himself within the family's grief. This is evidence of narrative control. However, he didn't openly take pride in the act or attempt to justify it ideologically, which keeps him just below the maximum score. Since this was an isolated case, there is no escalation multiplier. All in all, this brings McCullough to a total score of 16, placing him in Layer 2, corruption, a murderous narcissist who believed he was smarter than everyone else.
I actually think it'll be a really fucking good Christmas this year. But yes, sorry, I'm getting horribly distracted. Yeah, so...
There are names that history simply refuses to forget, not because they changed the world for the better, but because of the destruction they left behind. Serial killers, dictators, psychopaths and sadists, the very architects of chaos and suffering. We talk about them constantly, especially if your social feed is anything like mine. We debate who was worst, who had the highest body count, who caused the most pain. But depravity isn't a competition, it's a pattern, and patterns can be studied. That's exactly what this series attempts to do. This is the depravity iceberg. Alright, welcome back to the channel. Over the next 5 episodes, we are going to descend layer by layer through 50 of the most depraved individuals in recorded history. I mean the pure sickos, the worst of the worst. But this ranking isn't based on notoriety alone, or body counts, or how many Netflix documentaries someone inspired. Instead, each case is evaluated using a structural, psychological framework I'm calling the Depravity Index. And trust me, this is not an index you want to score highly on. I originally developed this framework while writing my first thriller novels, Dark Finds, where the detective falls in love with the serial killer she's trying to catch, and how it falls apart, a story set in a totalitarian society ruled by fear and propaganda. The more I used the index for fiction writing, the more I realised that the same patterns appear again and again in real life. So in this series, we're going to use that framework to examine the real life monsters. Each one and their crimes will be scored across 5 pillars. First, we examine intent. Were their actions impulsive, self-serving, ideological, or driven by something darker? Next, we explore victim vulnerability. Who did they target? Were their victims equals, strangers, children, prisoners, or other monsters? That's a nod to you, Dexter. Third relates to scale of harm. Was there one victim, a serial pattern, or the sort of systemic destruction we often see in genocidal regimes? Fourth, we bring cruelty under the microscope. How much suffering was inflicted? Was death immediate, prolonged, or even ritualized? And finally, we look at remorse. Did the perpetrator regret what they'd done, remain indifferent, or even take pride in it? Each pillar is scored from 1 to 5, and then we apply an escalation multiplier for those rare outliers. Because there's a difference between a single catastrophic act of violence and a refinement of cruelty over time, like we often see in serial offenders and murderous autocrats. The higher the score, the deeper they sink into the very depths of depravity. So how will the iceberg actually look, you might be asking? Well, scores between 1 to 14 fall into layer 1, fracture. These are killers whose crimes are horrific, but usually confined to a single moment of moral collapse. Scores between 15 and 19 fall into layer 2, corruption. Here we begin to see violence becoming more deliberate and repeated. Scores between 20 and 23 fall into layer 3, rot. At this level, violence is no longer incidental. It becomes part of the offender's identity. Scores between 24 and 27 fall into layer 4, ruination. This is where morality is almost completely disintegrated. The crimes become systemic, ideological, or large scale. And finally, scores of 28 and above fall into layer 5, the void, the deepest part of the iceberg, reserved for those rare individuals whose actions represent the most extreme forms of human depravity. Now, let me be clear. This series isn't about glorifying these monsters. It's about understanding them, a psychological voyage through the darkest corners of human behaviour. Because if we want to understand depravity, we first have to study it, map it, and measure the shape of it. Right, so by now you have the basic concept. Next, take a deep breath, turn off the lights, and put on your Dark Explorer cap, because we're about to make footfall on the surface. We begin at layer 1, fracture. On the morning of January 9th, 1993, emergency services were called to a burning house in a quiet French village near the Swiss border. Inside the smouldering building, firefighters discovered the bodies of a woman and 2 young children. The father of the family, a respected medical doctor and researcher named Jean-Claude Romand, was found unconscious in the home. He was pulled from the wreckage and rushed to hospital. At first, investigators believed they were dealing with a tragic accident. But within days, Romand's story began to unravel, because he wasn't a respected doctor. In fact, he had never been one. Jean-Claude Romand was born in 1954 in eastern France and raised in a relatively normal middle-class household. In 1975, Romand enrolled in medical school at the University of Lyon, but in his second year, he failed a crucial exam. Rather than repeat the year, he simply stopped attending college. He didn't tell his parents or his girlfriend at the time. Instead, he allowed everyone around him to believe that he had passed, and that lie became the foundation of an entirely fabricated life. For the next 18 years, Romand maintained the illusion that he was a prominent doctor and medical research working for the World Health Organization in Geneva. Each morning he left for home dressed for work, but instead of heading to an office, he spent his days drifting through the countryside, driving aimlessly, sitting in libraries or parking at motorway rest stops, simply waiting for the hours to pass. Occasionally he visited the public areas of the WHO headquarters, browsing conference rooms and the publications office, quietly collecting official letter-headed documents to lend credibility to his fabricated career. To friends and relatives, he appeared to be an accomplished medical professional, a respected scientist working at the centre of international health policy. And to sustain that illusion, he survived largely on loans and money borrowed from friends and family, often claiming the funds were for exclusive investment opportunities connected to his work. In one particularly brazen deception, he began an affair with a divorced child psychologist and convinced her to hand over 900,000 francs, promising to invest it on her behalf. Instead, he quietly siphoned the money to maintain the elaborate lie he had built around himself. For nearly 2 decades, no one suspected anything wrong, but lies, especially ones as large as this, have a way of collapsing under their own weight. By early 1993, the financial pressure was mounting. People had begun asking questions. The loans were piling up and the explanations growing thinner. Romand could feel the walls closing in. He was running out of time, running out of money, and running out of people left to deceive. So a dark idea began to take shape in his mind. On the evening of January 8, 1993, the facade finally cracked. Armed with a rolling pin, Roman bludgeoned his wife to death as she lay in bed. The next morning he turned his attention to their 2 young children, shooting them as they slept. With his immediate family gone, only a few people remained who could expose the truth behind his carefully constructed life. His parents and the former mistress who had loaned him 900,000 francs and was asking for it back. Around midday, Roman drove to his parents' home in a nearby town. There he shot them both with a rifle. He also killed the family dog. But one final loose end remained. Later that day, he attempted to lure his former mistress to a remote location under the pretense of discussing the investment. Once they were alone, he sprayed tear gas into her face and began strangling her with a plastic cord. She pleaded for her life, and then in a strange and almost inexplicable turn, Roman let go of her neck. Instead of finishing the attack, he drove her around for 2 hours and let her go. At this point, he was unravelling at an alarming rate. He returned to his home, set the house on fire, and ingested sleeping pills in what appeared to be an act of self-deletion. But as fate would have it, Roman survived and was pulled from the smouldering building by emergency responders. What investigators uncovered in the days that followed was almost as shocking as the murders themselves. The man everyone believed to be a respected doctor had never practiced medicine at all. His entire life, nearly 2 decades of it, had been an elaborate fabrication. And once that truth surfaced, detectives began to look closer, much closer. Roman was arrested and brought in for questioning. During the investigation, authorities uncovered the full scale of his deception. He ultimately confessed to his crimes, and in 1996 he was convicted in France of murdering his wife, children and parents. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. In interviews and court testimony, Roman claimed that he had been trapped by his own lies, unable to admit the truth after so many years of deception. Psychologists studying the case often describe it as one of the most extreme examples of identity collapse ever documented. A man who constructed a false life so completely that when it began to crumble, he destroyed everyone who could expose it. This was not a case of fake it till you make it. More so, keep faking it until they find out, then kill them all. Now, let's score Roman on our depravity index. To begin with intent, I've scored him a 3. The crimes were clearly premeditated, but they appear to be driven more by self-preservation and identity collapse rather than sadistic pleasure. He scores higher on victim vulnerability, simply because the victims were family members, including children, who trusted him completely. He also murdered the family dog, which I find absolutely abhorrent. All in all, he receives a 4. Although there were 5 victims, the scale of harm was confined to a single catastrophic spree, not a serial pattern. For that, he scores 2. When we examined the level of cruelty involved, the killings were violent, but not prolonged or ritualised. There's no evidence of sadism. That earns him another 2. Lastly, we look at remorse. Roman later expressed regret, attempted suicide, and ultimately confessed to his crimes. He did not celebrate or take pride in them. For that, he received yet another 2. Since this was a single event, the escalation multiplier is 0 in this case. This brings Roman to the final score of 13, which places him firmly in layer 1. Not a serial killer, not a sadist, but a man whose entire life was built on a lie so fragile that when it began to collapse, it took the lives of everyone around him. On the night of November 18th, 1986, a violent snowstorm swept across the small town of Newtown, Connecticut. Visibility was poor, roads were covered in ice, but one man was still out driving through the storm. Behind his truck, he was towing a large industrial wood chipper. At the time, no one thought much of it, but in the days that followed, police would begin piecing together a story that sounded almost impossible. Because somewhere along that dark stretch of road, a murder had taken place, and the evidence had been fed into that wood chipper. The man's name was Richard Crafts. Richard Crafts was born on December 20th, 1937 in New York City. He was the youngest of 3 children in what appears to have been a relatively comfortable middle-class household. His father was a hard-working businessman in Manhattan, and the family eventually relocated to the affluent suburb of Darien, Connecticut. Growing up in suburban Connecticut, Crafts attended private school, though most accounts suggest he was not particularly academic. He briefly attended college but dropped out, choosing instead to pursue a different path. At 19 years old, he made an unexpected decision that surprised his family. He joined the US Marine Corps. His time in the military became a turning point, steering him toward aviation. After leaving the Marines, he eventually trained as a pilot and built a career flying for Eastern Airlines, a job he held for nearly 2 decades. By the 1970s, Crafts had settled in Newtown, Connecticut, where he lived a comfortable suburban life. He was also known locally as a part-time police officer and developed a reputation for being a meticulous and somewhat private person. Friends and acquaintances often described him as intelligent but emotionally distant, someone who could appear controlled and methodical. It was here, living in Connecticut, that Richard met a woman by the name of Helly, who had emigrated from Denmark and worked as a flight attendant. The couple married in 1975, and Helly continued working while raising their 3 children. From the outside, they seemed to have the perfect family, but behind closed doors, the marriage had begun to deteriorate. Richard reportedly had a history of violent behaviour towards Helly. He even lied to her about being diagnosed with cancer, a desperate ploy perhaps to manipulate her emotions. The final blow to their marriage came when Helly discovered Richard's infidelity. For her, this was the last straw, and she began floating the possibility of a divorce. However, those papers would never be signed. On November 18, 1986, Helly Crafts vanished. Richard told friends and authorities that his wife had left the house during the night and likely travelled to Denmark to visit family. But there was a problem with that explanation. Helly had left behind her passport, her luggage, and most of her personal belongings. Friends immediately began to worry, knowing how fractured the marriage had become. When investigators started looking into her disappearance, several suspicious details emerged. One of them involved a strange line on Richard's credit card statement. 1 month before his wife's disappearance, he had rented a large industrial wood chipper. Detectives noted other suspicious details too. Richard had purchased a chainsaw and a large freezer around the same time. Witnesses also reported seeing him driving late at night during a snowstorm, towing the wood chipper behind his truck. Investigators began retracing the route he had reportedly taken that night, searching the snow-covered roadside for anything that might have been left behind. What they discovered near Lake Zor was astonishing. Scattered along the frozen roadside were tiny fragments of evidence: human tissue, bone shards, a tooth, pieces of clothing, a big toe, and even strands of hair. As forensic teams painstakingly collected and analysed the remains, they eventually confirmed the unthinkable. The fragments belonged to Helly Crafts. And there was more. A chainsaw was later recovered from the nearby Housatonic River. When investigators examined it, they found blonde hairs tangled in the bladed teeth, evidence that further tied the weapon directly to Richard. Authorities came to believe that he had murdered his wife, dismembered her body, and then used the wood chipper to destroy the remains during the snowstorm, scattering the evidence near Lake Zor and along a stretch of frozen roadside. The investigation became groundbreaking. It was one of the first major murder cases in the United States built almost entirely on forensic reconstruction rather than the discovery of a complete body, proving that even when someone tries to erase every trace of a crime, science can sometimes rebuild the story piece by piece. Richard Crafts was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife. His first trial in 1988 ended in a mistrial when the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, but prosecutors tried the case again the following year. During the second trial, forensic experts presented detailed evidence showing how the fragments recovered from the roadside matched Helly Crafts. The jury ultimately found Richard guilty of murder and he was sentenced to 50 years in prison. The case became widely known as the wood chipper murder, and it remains one of the most famous examples of how forensic science can reconstruct a crime even when a body has almost been completely destroyed. Now let's score Crafts on the depravity index. Starting with intent, I've scored him a 3. The murder appears to have been premeditated and carefully planned, likely motivated by marital conflict and the prospect of divorce. Looking at victim vulnerability, the victim was his spouse, someone who lived with him and trusted him. For that, he receives another 3. In terms of scale of harm, the crime involved a single victim, which gives him a score of 1. When we examine cruelty, the murder itself does not appear to have involved prolonged torture or ritualistic violence. However, the post-mortem dismemberment and the destruction of the body demonstrate a calculated attempt to erase the crime. For that, he receives a 3. Finally, we look at remorse. Throughout the investigation and trial, Crafts maintained his innocence and never admitted responsibility. For this, he receives a 3. Since this was a single act, there is no escalation multiplier. This brings Richard Crafts to a final score of 13, which places him firmly in layer 1, a man whose calculated attempt to erase his wife's existence culminated in an act of gross depravity. On the night of October 25th, 1994, a distraught young mother arrived at a police station in South Carolina. Through floods of tears, she told officers that an African-American man had forced her out of her car at gunpoint before speeding away into the darkness with her 2 young boys screaming in the back seat. The report triggered an immediate search effort. Police set up roadblocks across the county. Helicopters combed the surrounding woods and highways. National news outlets picked up the story, broadcasting updates around the clock. And for 9 days, the nation watched as the grieving mother stood before cameras, pleading for the safe return of her children. But what no one realised at the time was that behind her crocodile tears and wavering sobs, she knew exactly where her children were and what had happened to them. Her name was Susan Smith. Susan was born in 1971 and raised in the small town of Union, South Carolina. Although she grew up in a church-going family, her childhood was marked by instability. When Susan was just 6 years old, her alcoholic father died by self-deletion. Her mother later remarried a man named Beverly C. Russell Jr., a successful businessman and prominent member of South Carolina's Republican Party. Years later, it emerged that Susan had endured SA from Russell during her adolescence, abuse that reportedly continued into her early adult years. At just 13 years old, Susan attempted to take her own life, but survived. Another attempt followed in 1989 after a married man she had been involved with ended their affair. Friends and co-workers described her as someone who craved approval and attention, often seeking validation from others and gravitating towards situations where she could be the centre of attention. By the early 1990s, Susan began dating a former classmate, David Smith. The relationship quickly intensified, and the couple married after only a few months of dating, with Susan soon giving birth to 2 sons, little Michael and Alexander. Despite the growing family, the marriage had been unstable from the start. Those close to the Smiths later described a toxic relationship, marked by frequent breakups, reconciliations, and accusations of infidelity on both sides. The cracks in the marriage were widening at an alarming rate when Susan began an extramarital affair with a man named Tom Findlay, the CEO of the company she worked at. That relationship would soon collide with the realities and responsibilities of motherhood. In the months leading up to the murders, Tom Findlay made one thing very clear. He did not want a serious relationship with someone who had children. According to letters presented in court, Findlay told Smith that he preferred dating women who were free to travel, socialise and live without the responsibilities that came with raising a family. It wasn't a cruel statement, but it was a firm boundary. And for Smith, that rejection struck something deeper. She became increasingly fixated on the relationship, convinced that Findlay represented the life she wanted, freedom, attention and the possibility of starting over. But the more she pursued him, the clearer the barrier became. In her mind, the obstacle wasn't the relationship itself. It was the life she already had, and tragically, the two small children who depended on her had begun to represent the very thing she believed was standing in the way. Late on the night of October 25th, 1994, Smith strapped her two young sons into their car seats, Michael, aged 3 at the time, and Alexander, aged just 14 months. She then drove to a quiet boat ramp at John D. Long Lake. Once there, she left the car in neutral, got out and slammed the door. She stood there and watched the wheels roll down the ramp and into the dark water. While inside the car, her two young sons screamed for their mother. She waited until the vehicle disappeared beneath the black surface, then fled to a nearby house and frantically claimed she had been carjacked with the boys inside. What followed was 9 days of deception and subterfuge. She gave emotional interviews on television, pleading for the return of her children. She even appealed directly to the kidnapper, addressing the camera and saying she hoped whoever had taken them would just bring them home safely. Here are some clips of that now.
I do understand why they're having to do what they're doing. I'm all they have. Right now, they have not been able to rule anyone out. I don't think I'm any more of a suspect than anyone in this case right now.
Despite the on-air dramatics, investigators were beginning to notice inconsistencies in Susan's story. And under intensive questioning, her house of lies began to fall apart. On November 3rd, 1994, she confessed to what she had done. Divers later recovered the car from the lake, and inside were the deceased bodies of little Michael and Alexander. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of murder. Her trial in 1995 became one of the most widely covered criminal cases in the United States. Prosecutors argued that Smith had murdered her children to pursue a relationship with a man who did not want them. Her defence team presented evidence about her troubled childhood and psychological instability. Ultimately, the jury found Susan Smith guilty of both murders and she was sentenced to life imprisonment. To this day, she remains incarcerated in South Carolina. Now let's score Susan Smith using the depravity index. Starting with intent, I've given her a score of 3. The murders were premeditated, but motivated by personal desperation and relationship fixation rather than ideology or sadistic pleasure. When we examine victim vulnerability, the score rises significantly. Her victims were her own children, who were completely dependent on her for their safety and protection. For this, she receives the max score of 5. Looking at scale of harm, the crime involved 2 victims within a single event, which gives her a score of 2. In terms of cruelty, the deaths did not involve prolonged torture, but the act of deliberately sending a car into a lake with her children trapped inside represents a severe form of psychological and physical cruelty. For that, she receives a 3. And finally, we examine remorse. Smith eventually confessed and expressed regret during the investigation and trial. For this, she receives a score of 1. Since this was a single event, there is no escalation multiplier. This brings Susan Smith to a final score of 14, which places her right on the upper boundary between fracture and corruption. But because the crime occurred as a single catastrophic event rather than a pattern of escalating violence, she remains within Layer 1, a case where desperation, narcissism and self-interest collided with motherhood, and 2 small children paid the price. On the morning of March 1st, 2000, police were called to a small house in a quiet mining town in New South Wales, Australia. What they found inside would become one of the most shocking crime scenes in Australian history. The body of a man lay mutilated on the living room floor, and when investigators entered the kitchen, they made another horrifying discovery. Pieces of the man's flesh had been cooked and arranged on plates beside vegetables, as if prepared for a meal. The woman responsible was found nearby, unconscious after attempting to self-delete. Her name was Catherine Knight. Catherine Knight was born in 1955 in the rural town of Tenterfield, Australia. She grew up in a volatile household where domestic abuse was commonplace. Her father Ken was a violent alcoholic who would rape her mother Barbara up to 10 times per day. Barbara in turn often shared details of her sex life with her daughter and expressed her intense hatred for sex and men. Knight alleged she was frequently essayed by several members of her family until the age of 11, and all this trauma took its toll. As a teenager, she developed a reputation for being volatile and impulsive, and left school at the age of 15, having not learned to read or write. From an early age, she was known for explosive outbursts of anger. She also developed an intense fascination with knives. That fascination led her to what she described as her dream job, working at a local slaughterhouse. There she became highly skilled at butchering animals, work that required precision with blades and a steady tolerance for blood and dismemberment. Friends and co-workers described her as capable and hard-working. She could perform the job efficiently and rarely appeared unsettled by the brutality of the work, but alongside that competence were darker traits. She brought an intense jealousy into relationships and a temper that could flare without warning. Arguments escalated quickly, grudges lingered, and over time those traits would snowball into something grossly depraved. Throughout her adult life, Knight was involved in a series of turbulent relationships. Many of them were marked by violence and screaming matches. Former partners described incidents where Knight threatened them with knives, destroyed property during arguments, and even savagely assaulted them during drunken confrontations. In one relationship, she reportedly stabbed a partner with scissors and later held a knife to his throat. And yet, despite this sinister history, Knight continued to find men who would fall in love with her. One of those men was named John Price, a father of 3 who worked in the local mining industry. Friends described him as generally good-natured and hard-working, and were confused by his relationship with Knight, as she was widely known for having a violent temper. Maybe he loved her, maybe he believed he could change her. We will never truly know. What is known is that in the weeks leading up to the murder, their relationship had become increasingly fractured. Arguments were frequent, suspicions on high alert, and eventually Price asked Knight to move out of the house, a request the volatile psychopath did not take too kindly. On the evening of February 29, 2000, Knight returned to Price's house while he was at work. She spent several hours inside the property, planning her grim revenge. When Price returned home that night, an argument broke out, and at some point, Knight attacked him with a large kitchen knife. He attempted to escape through the front door, but Knight pursued him outside and stabbed him repeatedly. What followed shocked Australia to its core. Knight dragged Price back into the house, then mutilated his body and removed portions of flesh. Some of it was cooked in the kitchen like a Sunday roast, with the meat arranged alongside vegetables on dinner plates. Evidence suggests that the meal was intended for Price's children. But fortunately, that meal would never come to pass. Knight attempted to take her own life by ingesting pills and was found unconscious at the scene when investigators arrived. She was swiftly arrested and charged with murder. During the investigation, prosecutors presented overwhelming forensic evidence, documenting the brutality of the crime. Knight ultimately pleaded guilty to the murder, and in 2001, she was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. It was the first time such a sentence had been imposed on a woman in Australian legal history. The presiding judge described the crime as one of extreme and unparalleled brutality. Knight remains incarcerated to this very day. Now let's score Katherine Knight using the depravity index. Starting with intent, Knight receives a 2. The murder appears to have been driven by rage and relationship breakdown rather than sexual gratification or ideological motivation. Looking at victim vulnerability, the victim was an adult partner involved in a volatile relationship. For that, she receives a 1. In terms of scale of harm, the crime involved a single victim, placing her at 1. When we examine cruelty, however, the score rises dramatically. The mutilation of the body and the preparation of human flesh after death pushes her score to 4. The act demonstrated extreme post-mortem brutality. And finally, we look at remorse. Knight later pleaded guilty and did not attempt to glorify the crime. For this, she receives 2. As this was a single act, there is no escalation multiplier in this case. This brings Katherine Knight to a final score of 10, which places her firmly within layer 1. A woman whose violent impulses, when pushed to their limit, produced one of the most depraved single murders in modern Australian history. In January 2019, police arrived at a quite suburban home in Florida. Inside the house, they discovered the bodies of husband and wife Chad and Margaret Amato and their son Cody Amato, all shot to death. At first glance, it appeared to be a straightforward case of murder-suicide committed by their son Cody. But as investigators began digging into the life of the surviving son, Grant Amato, they uncovered a motive that seemed almost beyond belief. The murders, it turned out, were tied to an online relationship with a webcam model thousands of miles away. A relationship that had already cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars and eventually the lives of his family. Grant Amato was born in 1989 and raised in Orlando, Florida. By most accounts, he grew up in a stable household. His father was a successful businessman and the family lived comfortably in a quite suburban neighbourhood. As a young adult, Grant initially pursued a career in healthcare and worked as a nurse, but over time he began to struggle professionally and financially. After being dismissed from his job for stealing medication, Grant was forced to move back into his parents' home. It was during this period that he became increasingly isolated. Much of his time was spent playing video games online, live streaming on Twitch, and accessing porn sites, in particular myfreecams.com. He would spend over 4 hours per night on that website, and eventually he developed a deep-seated obsession with a Bulgarian webcam model who performed under the alias Sylvie. The two communicated through the MyFreeCams platform, where viewers could send money in exchange for private chats with the performers. Grant assumed the facade of a rich and successful gamer, sending Sylvie various lingerie items and sex toys, as well as paying an exorbitant amount of money for her time. Investigators later discovered that he had transferred her more than $200,000. Much of that money came from stealing credit cards from his family and getting loans, claiming he needed seed capital for starting his Twitch career. When his family became aware of the financial drain, They were horrified. At a loss of what to do with their son, they staged an intervention and demanded that he attend a treatment program for internet and porn addiction. Grant reluctantly agreed, and when he returned home a couple of weeks later, they made their expectations clear once again. He needed to cut off contact with Sylvie and rebuild his life like a normal, functioning adult. But unfortunately, Grant's obsession hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown stronger and would soon become exponentially darker. On the night of January 24th, 2019, the conflict within the Amato household reached breaking point. While his mother sat at her computer, Grant crept up behind her and shot her in the back of the head. Afterwards, he waited in the kitchen for his father to return home from work. When Chad walked through the door, Grant shot him twice. His younger brother Cody was still at work, finishing a nursing shift. Using his father's phone, Grant sent Cody a message asking him to come home immediately. When Cody entered the house, Grant shot him as well, watching him collapse onto the floor and curl into the fetal position. Before fleeing the residence, Grant attempted to stage the scene as a murder-suicide, placing the gun beside Cody's body. The following day, when Cody failed to show up for work, his co-workers became concerned and contacted police to request a welfare check. Officers arrived at the house but received no response, and with all the entrances locked, they forced their way inside. What they found was devastating. Chad lay on his back on the kitchen floor. Cody's body was curled up in a storage room. His mother Margaret remained slumped over her desk in the home office where she had been working. 2 days later, investigators located Grant at a nearby hotel and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, his older half-brother Jason pleaded with him to tell the truth about what had happened, but Grant remained calm, insisting he had nothing to do with the murders. His story shifted repeatedly, and investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies and the digital trail he left behind, particularly the records of his financial activity. Grant Amato was ultimately charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. His trial took place in 2019 and drew widespread attention due to the unusual motive behind the slayings. Prosecutors argued that the murders were driven by desperation, that Grant's family had cut him off financially and demanded that he end his relationship with Sylvie. But by that point, the relationship had become a one-sided, dark obsession. And when that obsession began to collapse, so did everything else. Perhaps Grant reasoned that with his family gone, he could use their credit cards to get another few days with Sylvie. Honestly, this case is insane. But anyway, the jury found him guilty on all counts, and Grant Amato was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Now let's score him on the depravity index. Starting with intent, Grant receives a score of 3. The murders appear premeditated, but tied to financial desperation and personal obsession rather than ideology or sadistic gratification. Looking at victim vulnerability, the victims were his own family members, people who had attempted to intervene and help him. For this, he receives a score of 3. In terms of scale of harm, the murders involved 3 victims within a single event. That places him at 2. When we examine cruelty, the killings themselves were direct shootings without prolonged torture or ritualised violence. For this, he receives yet another 2. And finally, we examine remorse. During the investigation and trial, Amato maintained his innocence and showed little remorse. For this, he receives a higher score of 4. Since this was a single event, there is no escalation multiplier. This brings Grant Amato to a final score of 14, which places him at the upper boundary of Layer 1, a man whose obsession with a webcam model became so consuming that when reality threatened to take it away, he destroyed the very people trying to save him. Alright, if you've made it this far, thanks a million for watching. We have 4 more videos in this series to come, so subscribe now if you haven't already so you won't miss any of those. Let us know where you're watching from in the comments, or some of the cases that I would have missed. Obviously this is not an exhaustive list. I think it would take a lifetime to cover all the cases, but let us know if there's ones that you think would have clearly fitted in to layer 1 and that I missed, and we can maybe revisit them in another series. Lastly, if you're liking my writing style, consider getting one of my books. They're available on Amazon now. There's 2 thrillers out. Maybe they'll float your boat, maybe not. It'll really help the channel grow. I'm not monetized yet, so if you do want to give a token or something, I'll put the Patreon down in the link as well in the description. Now, back to the video. Let's rewind to an earlier historical case of gross depravity. In the winter of 1872, in a small village in County Durham, England, a woman named Mary Ann Cotton had already buried multiple husbands, several of her children, and a number of close relatives. At first, the death seemed tragic but explainable. Victorian England was a place where disease was common, poverty widespread, and life expectancy short. People died young, often without warning, but eventually a pattern began to emerge. Why did so many people around Mary Ann Cotton keep dying? And why did those deaths so often occur shortly after she had taken out life insurance policies on them? Those questions were enough to raise suspicion. Investigators began to look closer, and when one of the bodies was finally exhumed, the truth began to surface. The cause of death was not illness, it was arsenic. Mary Ann was born in 1832 in a small mining village in northern England. Her childhood unfolded within the harsh realities of Victorian working class life, where industrial towns were defined by coal dust, overcrowded housing, poor sanitation, and the ever-present threat of injury or disease. Life for mining families was precarious, survival often balanced on a single wage earner descending into the earth each morning. That fragile stability shattered in 1842 when Mary Ann was just 10 years old. Her father tragically died after falling down a mine shaft. In keeping with the grim efficiency of the mining industry at the time, his body was delivered back to the family in a sack stamped property of the South Hetton Coal Company. The message was brutally clear. To the company, the man who had supported the household was little more than equipment that had broken underground. With his death, Mary Ann lost more than a father. Because the miner's cottage they lived in was tied directly to his employment, her mother and siblings were swiftly evicted. In a matter of days, the household security collapsed. For a child, experiences like this can leave a deep psychological impression. Early encounters with sudden loss, instability, and the cold indifference of authority. In Victorian mining communities, such trauma was tragically common, but for some individuals, the emotional imprint runs deeper. And for Mary Ann, it would not be the last time death reshaped the course of her life. As a young woman, she married a coal miner named William Mowbray. The couple moved frequently in search for work and eventually had several children together. But tragedy seemed to follow Mary Ann wherever she went. One by one, her children died. Then her husband died as well. At the time, their deaths were attributed to common illnesses such as gastric fever or typhus. No one suspected anything untoward. No one knew that Mary Ann had quietly collected insurance payments after each of those deaths and was profiting obscenely from what appeared to be a tragedy. Over the next several years, the pattern repeated itself again and again. Mary Ann married multiple times, and several of her husbands died under mysterious circumstances. Children in her care became sick and soon passed. Even friends and relatives who lived with her sometimes became ill and died shortly afterward. In nearly every case, the symptoms were strikingly similar: severe stomach pain, vomiting, and a rapid decline. Now, at the time, those symptoms were often attributed to common diseases, but they were also consistent with arsenic poisoning. Arsenic was widely available in Victorian England, commonly used in household products such as rat poison. And it had another grim advantage for someone intent on murder. as its symptoms closely resembled common illnesses of the era. For years, those close to Mary Ann were buried without suspicion until one death finally drew the attention of authorities. In 1872, Mary Ann was living with her fourth husband, Frederick Cotton. Like so many times before, Frederick soon became ill and died, adding another dead husband to her growing tally. But it was the death of her young stepson, Charles Cotton, that finally triggered an investigation. A local parish official became suspicious when he noticed the unusual number of deaths surrounding Mary Ann. He went to police officials, expressed his concerns, and they ordered the boy's body to be exhumed. When a doctor examined the remains, arsenic was detected in the boy's system. With that grim discovery, the case against Mary Ann began to unravel. Investigators now suspected that many of the earlier deaths might also have been poisonings. By some estimates, as many as 21 people connected to Mary Ann may have died under mysterious circumstances: 3 husbands, 11 children, and 7 friends and relatives. However, Victorian forensic science was limited, and only one of those deaths could be legally proven. Mary Ann was ultimately arrested and charged with the murder of young Charles Cotton. Her trial took place in 1873, and it quickly attracted widespread public attention. Prosecutors argued that Mary Ann had systemically poisoned people close to her in order to collect insurance payouts and financial benefits. Her defence attempted to attribute the deaths to common diseases, but the forensic evidence of arsenic poison proved decisive. Mary Ann Cotton was found guilty of murder, and on March 24, 1873, she was executed by hanging at Durham Prison. She died not from her neck breaking, as was standard, but by strangulation caused by the rope being rigged too short, perhaps deliberately. She was 41 years old. Now let's score Mary Ann Cotton using our depravity index. Starting with intent, Cotton receives a score of 2. The poisonings were deliberate, but motivated primarily by financial gain rather than the sort of darker motivations we will see further down the iceberg. Looking at victim vulnerability, several of her suspected victims were children and family members under her care. For this she should receive a high score. However, only one case could be legally proven. For the purpose of this index, and because there is ambiguity, she receives a score of 2. When we examine the scale of harm, the suspected number of victims is high at 21. However, she was only convicted of 1 murder. For this, she has to receive a score of 1. In terms of cruelty, arsenic poisoning causes severe physical distress, but was not used for ritualistic torture or prolonged sadism. For that, she receives 2. Finally, we examine remorse. There is little evidence that Cotton ever expressed meaningful regret. For this, she receives a score of 3. Now I'm tempted here to add the escalation multiplier, reasoning that she most likely committed far more murders. But to maintain consistency throughout the whole series, I have to score her a 0. This brings Mary Ann Cotton to a final score of 10, with the caveat that this could be far higher if more murders were proven. This score places her firmly within layer 1, but let me know in the comments if you agree. Do you think, knowing the case details, that Mary Ann should be scored higher? On the evening of June 11th, 1981, a young Dutch student visited the apartment of a quite Japanese classmate living in Paris. The two had been studying together at the Sorbonne, and the young student believed she was visiting him to work on a translation assignment. Instead, she walked into what would become one of the most disturbing murder cases in modern French history, and the man who had killed her would later calmly explain to police how he had eaten her to fulfill a lifelong fantasy. His name was Issei Sagawa. Sagawa was born in 1949 in Kobe, Japan, into a wealthy and well-connected family. His father was a successful businessman, and by most outward appearances, the budding cannibal grew up in a privileged environment. but from an early age he described experiencing violent and cannibalistic fantasies and became fixated on the idea of consuming another person. He struggled with feelings of inadequacy and social isolation, something he later linked to the development of his fantasies. As an adult, he moved to Paris to study comparative literature at the Sorbonne. To classmates, he appeared quite intelligent and somewhat shy, but behind that mild exterior, the fantasies had never gone away. They had only grown stronger. In his own words, he had developed a fixation on Western women, whom he viewed as symbols of power, beauty and status. He believed that by consuming such a person, he could somehow absorb those qualities. Psychologists would later suggest this belief was driven not only by distorted desire, but by a darker mix of domination, envy and inadequacy. During this time, Sagawa befriended a fellow student, Renee Hartfelt, a Dutch woman studying at the Sorbonne. The two spent time together casually, and on June 11, 1981, she agreed to visit his apartment to help translate German poetry. Once inside, she sat at his desk reading from a German textbook while he sat behind her. At some point during the evening, Sagawa retrieved a rifle and shot her in the back of the neck, killing her almost instantly. Seeing the blood and brain matter, he fainted but soon awoke with the realization that he had to carry out his plan. Over the following days, Sagawa dismembered her body and consumed parts of it, wanting to absorb her energy, eating most of her breasts, face, buttocks, feet, thighs and neck, either raw or cooked, even admitting that he swallowed her clitoris whole while saving other parts in his refrigerator. He also photographed the process before attempting to dispose of the remains in suitcases at a nearby lake, but the suspicious luggage drew attention and Hartfelt's mutilated remains were ultimately found. French police began interviewing witnesses and quickly identified Sagawa as the man responsible. He was arrested, and when questioned, he did not deny what he had done. In fact, he described the crime in chilling detail. French psychiatrists ruled him legally insane and unfit to stand trial. Instead of prison, he was committed to a psychiatric hospital indefinitely. It was here Sagawa was visited by Japanese author Inhyuko Yamoto, and his account of the murder and its aftermath was published in Japan under the title In the Fog. Sagawa's subsequent publicity and the macabre celebrity status likely contributed to the French authorities' decision to deport him back to Japan, where he was immediately committed to the Matsuwaza Hospital in Tokyo. Now here's the kicker. Because the French case files were sealed and not fully transferred to Japanese authorities, prosecutors in Japan were unable to pursue charges. As a result, Sagawa was released from psychiatric custody and returned to normal life. In the years that followed, he became a celebrity in Japan, giving interviews, writing books about the crime, and appearing in documentaries. The case remains controversial to this day, firstly because of the brutality of the crime, and secondly for the fact that Sagawa avoided long-term imprisonment for first-degree murder. Anyways, let's score Sagawa on our depravity index. Starting with intent, Sagawa receives a score of 4. The crime was clearly premeditated and driven by a fantasy he had cultivated and reinforced over years. There are elements of darker psychological traits here that push his depravity score into a rarer bracket, where murder is no longer about passion, conflict, or even material gain. Instead, it becomes ideological, an act carried out in service of a deeply internalized belief system, where the victim is reduced to a means of fulfilling a private, distorted narrative. For victim vulnerability, he scores a 3. Renee Hartfelt was an adult who voluntarily visited his apartment. However, she had no reason to suspect the danger that lay in wait. Looking at scale of harm, this is a single victim in a single event, which places him at 1. When we examine cruelty, Sagawa shot her in the back of the neck, killing her almost instantly. However, the score rises to 3 in this instance because of the post-mortem mutilation and cannibalism. The act was not merely a homicide, but the fulfillment of a deeply disturbing ritualized fantasy. And finally, we examine remorse. Sagawa later expressed regret in interviews, but he also repeatedly revisited the crime in media appearances and writings. This mixed response places him at 2. Since this was a one-off case, there is no escalation multiplier. This gives Issei Sagawa a final score of 13, which places him at the upper edge of Layer 1. Not a serial predator, but a man whose lifelong obsession with cannibalism culminated in one of the most bizarre single murders of the 20th century. In July 2021, police in Dane County, Wisconsin began investigating the disappearances of a middle-aged couple. Bart Halderson and his wife Krista hadn't been seen for several days, and their son Chandler told investigators that they had abruptly left to visit their family cabin. But that story didn't sit right with investigators. The cabin owners had no record of them arriving, their phones were powered off, and the timeline Chandler provided kept shifting under scrutiny. Within days, the case took a darker turn, because this wasn't just a disappearance, it was something far darker. Chandler Halderson was the youngest of 2 boys and was born in 1998 and raised in Windsor, Wisconsin, a quiet suburb just outside of Madison. From the outside, his upbringing appeared stable and comfortable. His father, Bart, worked in an accounting and IT firm, while his mother, Krista, was known among friends and neighbours as a warm and supportive parent. By most accounts, the Haldersons looked like the kind of family that blended easily into suburban life. Stable jobs, a tidy home, and a son who seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. But beneath that ordinary surface, Chandler had been constructing an increasingly elaborate web of lies. He told his parents that he was enrolled in university, studying information technology. To his girlfriend, he painted an even grander picture. He said he had been recruited by SpaceX and that he'd soon be moving to Florida to begin working with a prestigious engineering team. The lies didn't stop there. At different times, he told friends and relatives that he had worked as a police scuba diver, that he was a director at an insurance company, and that he was actively preparing for a promising career in showbiz. Each story was tailored to the person he was speaking to, carefully crafted to reinforce the image of a young man on the verge of success. None of it was true, of course. In reality, Chandler had dropped out of college shortly after enrollment. He was unemployed and spent most of his time at home playing video games. The life he described to others existed purely in his imagination, and over time, contradictions began to surface. His parents started asking more questions about his classes and his supposed internship with SpaceX. His father wanted to see emails, confirmation documents, anything that showed Chandler's future was as secure as he claimed. But those documents did not exist, and his house of lies began crumbling around him. Just like Jean-Claude Roman decades earlier, Chandler had spent years pretending to be someone he wasn't, and exposure meant humiliation, consequences, and the end of the life he had invented. He wasn't going to let that happen. So on July 1st, 2021, after a bitter argument with his parents, Chandler shot and killed his mother and father inside the family home. After the murders, he began the grim process of dismembering their bodies using saws and other cutting tools. The following day, when Krista failed to show up for work, one of her co-workers became concerned. After calls and messages went unanswered, that same co-worker drove to the Halderson home to check on her. There he encountered Chandler, who casually explained that his parents had already left for their family cabin for the 4th of July weekend. Days passed, and when Bart and Krista still had not returned home, the co-worker urged Chandler to contact the police and report his parents missing. He did so on July 7th, telling detectives that an unknown couple had picked up his parents and driven them to their holiday home several days earlier. In the days that followed, Chandler repeated that same story to friends and investigators, insisting his parents had simply left for the cabin. All the while he was quietly disposing of the remains in wooded areas around Dane County. As detectives began to probe deeper, his story started to unravel. Details didn't line up, timelines shifted, and Chandler's explanations grew increasingly vague, inconsistent and contradictory. The more he talked, the less sense it all made. Investigators eventually brought him in for formal questioning, and during that interview, new information came in that shifted the entire direction of the case. Deputies received a tip from a local farmer who reported seeing Chandler walking out of the tree line on her property just days earlier. When officers searched that area, they made a grim discovery. Hidden in the brush was a human torso. It was later identified as Bart Halderson. Despite extensive search efforts, Krista's remains were still missing. The break that finally led investigators to her came from an unexpected source. Chandler's girlfriend had been using Snapchat's location sharing feature to keep tracks on him. On July 3rd, she noticed his location appearing near the Wisconsin River and took a screenshot of the map. When detectives searched that exact location, they discovered human remains that were later identified as Krista Halderson. Chandler was arrested and formally charged with the murder of his parents. His trial took place in 2022. There, prosecutors presented extensive forensic evidence linking Chandler to the killings and to the disposal of their bodies. The case also laid bare the elaborate web of lies Chandler had maintained for years about college, employment, and his future. The jury ultimately found him guilty of multiple charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The case shocked many people who followed it, not just because of the brutality of the crime, but because the motive seemed so small. A young man who chose to murder his parents rather than admit that he had been lying about dropping out of college. I mean, what the hell was going on with this guy? But anyways, let's score Chandler using our depravity index. Starting with intent, he receives a score of 3. The killings were premeditated, but tied to the collapse of his fabricated life rather than sadistic pleasure. Looking at victim vulnerability, the victims were his own parents, people who most likely trusted him completely. For that, he receives a score of 2.5. In terms of scale of harm, the crime involved 2 victims within a single event. That places him at 2. When we examine cruelty, the murders involved dismemberment and a gross disposal of the bodies, though there is no evidence of prolonged torture or ritualized violence. For that, he receives another 2. And finally, we look at remorse. Chandler maintained his innocence throughout the investigation and trial and showed little acknowledgement of responsibility. For that, he receives a 3. Since this is a single incident, there is no escalation multiplier. Chandler finishes with a score of 12.5, placing him at the upper boundary of Layer 1, a case where a life constructed on lies didn't just fall apart, it imploded, taking his parents along with it. On the evening of December 1st, 2018, a young British woman met a man for drinks in downtown Auckland, New Zealand. They had matched only hours earlier on the dating app Tinder. The woman was on a solo journey around the world, and this was another chance to meet someone new, share a few drinks together, and continue documenting the adventure for friends and family back home. Security cameras captured the pair sitting in a bar in the city centre, laughing, blending easily into the nightlife. To anyone watching, it looked completely ordinary, but by the following morning, the young woman would be missing, and in the days that followed, police would uncover a trail of surveillance footage, purchases, and movements that revealed the man she had trusted that night had gone to extraordinary lengths to conceal what had happened when they returned to his apartment. His name was Jesse Kempson. Jesse Kempson was born in 1991 near Wellington, New Zealand. His early life was marked by instability. His parents separated when he was young, and for long periods of time he was raised by his father and his grandfather, while his mother lived overseas. Court reports later described a childhood shaped by family conflict and changing caregivers. As a teenager, Kempson attended college in Porirua, where he played competitive softball and appeared, at least outwardly, to be a fairly typical young man. But that stability didn't last. By his 20s, Kempson's life had become increasingly transient. He moved between cities and casual labourer jobs, at one point spending several years living in Sydney before eventually returning to New Zealand. People who knew him during this period often described him as sociable and confident, but also a habitual liar who exaggerated achievements, invented details about his background, and presented himself differently depending on who he was speaking to. Back in Auckland, Kempson spent much of his time socialising and meeting young women through dating apps. It was through one of those encounters that he would eventually meet Grace Milan. Grace was a 22-year-old British university graduate, travelling solo around the world. In late 2018, she arrived in Auckland as part of a months-long backpacking trip. On December 1st, the day before her birthday, she matched with Kempson on Tinder. The two arranged to meet for drinks that evening. Security footage later captured them visiting several bars together in central Auckland. By all appearances, the evening seemed relaxed and friendly. However, when they returned to Kempson's apartment, things took a darker turn. According to evidence presented in court, Grace died inside Kempson's apartment. Kempson claimed the death was accidental, the result of consensual sexual asphyxiation gone wrong, but investigators uncovered evidence that told a very different story. Medical findings indicated that Grace had been strangled for a sustained period of time, far longer than what could be ruled an accident. The injuries suggested not a momentary loss of control, but prolonged pressure. What followed only deepened suspicion. In the hours after her death, Kempson did not call for help. Instead, he began taking deliberate steps to conceal what had happened. Surveillance footage captured him calmly moving through the city, purchasing cleaning supplies and a large suitcase. The behaviour pointed not to panic, but to cold calculation. The following day, cameras captured him transporting the suitcase out of his apartment before travelling to a remote area in a mountainous region west of Auckland. There he buried the suitcase containing Grace's body in a shallow grave. Meanwhile, he continued swiping right on Tinder, meeting more women for dates, even as the search for Grace was beginning to intensify across the city. When Grace failed to return to her accommodation, her family reported her missing. The case quickly drew international attention as people struggled to understand how a young backpacker could vanish in a city widely considered safe. With pressure mounting, police began reconstructing her final movements, using an extensive network of CCTV footage across Auckland city centre. Step by step they traced her last known hours, and that trail led them directly to Jesse Kempson. He was arrested just days later and charged with Grace's murder. During the 3-week trial in 2019, prosecutors presented a detailed timeline of Kempson's actions before and after Grace's death, including the purchase of cleaning products and the disposal of her body. The jury rejected Kempson's claim that the death had been accidental. He was ultimately found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, with a minimum term of 17 years before he can apply for parole. Now let's score Kempson on the depravity index. Starting with intent, he receives a score of 2. The crime was not ideological or part of a broader campaign of violence, but evidence suggests deliberate actions both during and after the killing. Looking at victim vulnerability, Grace was an adult who voluntarily met Kempson. However, she was also a solo traveller in an unfamiliar city meeting a stranger. For this, he receives a score of 3. In terms of scale of harm, the crime involved a single victim. That places him at 1. When we examine cruelty, Grace died by strangulation, a method that can often involve significant physical distress. Combined with the subsequent concealment of her body, this places him at a higher score of 3. And now finally we look at remorse. Kempson denied the murder and attempted to portray the death as accidental. There was little evidence of genuine accountability. For this, he receives another 3. Since this was an isolated case, there is no escalation multiplier. That gives Jesse Kempton a final score of 12, which places him within Layer 1, a man whose violence emerged in a single catastrophic encounter, followed by a desperate attempt to erase what he had done. In 1996, a grand colonial mansion in Arkansas became the scene of a brutal double murder and arson attempt. Inside the smouldering house were two elderly victims, Sally Snowden McKay and her cousin Lee Baker. Both had been shot and killed by a teenager named Travis Lewis. At the time, it appeared to be a tragic case of a burglary gone wrong. Lewis was convicted the following year and sent to prison, and for years the case faded into memory, just another horrific crime filed away in the past. But decades later, after his release, Lewis returned to the very same property where the murders had taken place. There he was welcomed back and even befriended by Sally's daughter. What followed would bring the nightmare of 1996 back to life in the most depraved way. In the mid-1990s, Lewis was already drifting into petty crime, breaking into homes and stealing whatever he could quickly sell. His father worked as a groundkeeper on the Snowden estate, a grand colonial mansion overlooking the quite picturesque surroundings of Horseshoe Lake in Hughes, Arkansas. Lewis had grown up around the property. He was even friends with one of Lee Baker's sons and was well known to Sally Snowden McKay, who lived there with members of her extended family. The property itself was quiet and secluded, the kind of place that might appear like an easy opportunity for the young burglar. On September 10, 1996, Lewis entered the home believing no one was there. But when Sally and her cousin Lee discovered him inside, the situation escalated quickly. Lewis produced a firearm and shot them both in a blind panic. Realising what he had done, he set the house on fire in an attempt to destroy the evidence before fleeing the property. Minutes later, emergency services received a 911 call reporting that flames were visible from the Snowden estate. Fire crews arrived quickly and entered the house, where they found the bodies of Sally and Lee on the grand staircase. Fortunately, the quick response from neighbours meant the fire had not spread far and much of the evidence inside the house was preserved. Police began investigating immediately. At first it appeared to be a burglary gone wrong, but suspicion quickly fell on 16-year-old Lewis. Investigators brought him in for questioning. Initially he denied involvement and even passed a polygraph test, but when his DNA and fingerprints were found at the murder scene, he eventually confessed. Still just a teenager, Lewis pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder and was sentenced to 28 years in prison. For the Snowden family, the crime was devastating. 2 lives lost in a senseless act of violence, committed by a familiar face. Over time, the case faded from public attention, but the story was far from over. In the years following the murders, Sally Snowden McKay's daughter, Marta, grew up carrying the weight of her mother's death. And in a decision that many would later struggle to comprehend, she chose a path that very few victims' families ever take. She forgave Travis Lewis. Not only that, she befriended him and advocated for his early release in 2018 after he had only served 23 years. Marta believed deeply in second chances. So deeply, in fact, that she allowed Lewis to live on the family property where the murders had occurred, helping around the estate and taking odd jobs. It was an act of extraordinary compassion, but also one that came with unimaginable risk. Honestly, for the life of me, it's difficult to fully comprehend Marta's decision. Whether compassion is even the right word is up for debate. And yet, for a time, the arrangement appeared cordial despite everything that had happened in 1996. But history has a way of repeating itself, and some patterns don't fade, they resurface. Because as the old saying goes, leopards rarely change their spots, and in Lewis's case, that would prove to be devastatingly true. On March 25, 2020, roughly 18 months after Lewis moved into the property, the relationship between him and Marta began to deteriorate. According to court documents, tensions erupted after $10,000 in cash from the sale of a chandelier went missing. Marta believed Lewis had taken the money. She confronted him, fired him, and ordered him to leave the property immediately. That decision did not sit well with Lewis. A few days later, he returned. Perhaps he came to confront her about being fired. Perhaps he came for money. Or perhaps he came with only dark intentions. The point here is that we don't know why he went back to the Snowdon estate. What we do know is that at the top of the grand marble staircase, where the previous murders had taken place, he attacked Marta, stabbing her multiple times before bludgeoning her. During the attack, Marta managed to trigger an emergency alarm connected to the house's security system, and a silent alert was sent directly to local law enforcement. Unaware that police had already been notified, Lewis wrapped Marta's deceased body in a blanket and packed a suitcase of her belongings. But moments later, he heard the sound of sirens approaching, and when deputies entered the house, he panicked. He jumped from the second-story window and ran to a vehicle parked outside, attempting to drive away. But the car became stuck in mud, and so he abandoned it and fled on foot towards Horseshoe Lake. Reports state he ran straight into the water and disappeared beneath the surface. Search teams later recovered his body from the lake. He had drowned before he could be taken into custody. He would never stand trial for his final crime. For the Snowdon family, the story had come full circle in the most tragic way imaginable. A teenage burglar who had once shattered their lives was welcomed back in an act of forgiveness, only to return that trust with violence once again. What had been an attempt to rewrite the ending instead became a continuation of the same nightmare. Now, let's score Travis Lewis on our depravity index. Starting with intent, the original murders occurred during a burglary when he was confronted by the homeowners. But when faced with the possibility of being caught, he chose to kill rather than flee. Decades later, the murder of Marta appears to have been deliberate after their relationship collapsed. Since there is evidence here of a darker pattern, Lewis receives a score of 3.5. Now we look at victim vulnerability. Lewis targeted people inside their own home, a place where they should have felt the safest. And in the second killing, his victim was someone who had trusted him enough to welcome him back into the property after prison. For this, he receives a score of 3. In terms of scale of harm, 3 victims were killed across 2 separate events. This places him at 2.5. When we examine cruelty, the 1996 murders involved shooting the victims and then setting the house on fire in an attempt to destroy the evidence. The second killing involved stabbing and bludgeoning Marta inside the same home where her mother had been murdered decades earlier. There is evidence here of escalation and extreme violence. For that, Lewis receives a score of 3.5. And finally, we look at remorse. Lewis pleaded guilty to the original murders, so there is that, but in the final crime he attempted to flee rather than surrender. For this, he receives a score of 2. Because Lewis returned decades later and committed another murder involving the same family and property, the case demonstrates clear escalation over time. For this, he receives an escalation multiplier of 1. This brings Travis Lewis to a final score of 15.5, which places him just beyond the upper boundary of Layer 1 and into Layer 2, corruption, giving you a flavour of what you can expect in the next episode, where we descend deeper into the murky darkness of the depravity iceberg.